Testing 1, 2, 3. Seems to be working. Okay, we're at 8:50 now, and our first panel is on in 10 minutes, so you have a little bit of time, but I thought I'd go over a few logistical questions that come up every year. We do not have validated parking. We've not been able to get that from the cities in recent years, so I'm afraid you just have to go it alone in the parking, which is particularly challenging today because we have friends and neighbors across the hall and throughout the convention center from some press conference. So we'll try to be good neighbors to them. I'm sure they'll try to be good neighbors to us. What that means is when the program's ongoing, we need to close those doors just so our noise isn't carrying into their room, their noise doesn't carry into ours. I want to welcome you all to I believe it's our 11th annual Neighborhood Law Center Law and Policy Conference. We feel that we've got some legs here. We've actually got some longevity. We've been doing this for years now, so it's interesting. I see you all in the audience, and I see pretty much each and every one of you every year at this time of year. So glad to have the returning members. We are going to be broadcast on TV, as we have been in the past few years. That'll be on a YouTube channel, so if you want to watch the program from home at some subsequent date, it'll be available online. I believe you can access that through the city's website, or probably just a Google search of the conference on YouTube will work as well. So if you missed something, that's there. Also, we have our own website. Our website is SFNLC, Santa Fe Neighborhood Law Center.com, and all the materials are there. They're posted, as are the bios, and some additional materials on Panel 5, which has had a lot of voluminous materials. So if you need resources and or if you want to look back to something that someone said or did, it should be accessible online there. I don't think I have too many other comments to make. Most of you are veterans, just as I am. We do hope that you will pass out, that you'll turn in an evaluation form. It is very helpful to us. Criticisms and compliments are both welcome. We go through them all, collate them after the conference, and then try to make the program better the next year based upon what we read from your comments. So we do value them and we appreciate them, so please do fill out an evaluation form. Of course, the CLE form, you should have that as well. For those who are CLE seekers, we do need that, and we compile the spreadsheet after the conference, submit it to NMMCLE to get you your credits. Not always a flawless process, but we get it done in the long run, so please do remember to hand in both of those forms before you leave. So if you're going to only be here for one day, that would be the end of the day today. If you're here for both days, the end of the day tomorrow. With that, I think I'll ask my first panel to come up. It's the immigration law panel, and Lynn Canning, who's a board member on the Neighborhood Law Center board, is leading that panel. We did have one person, Ali, who is ill today, so she was not able to speak, but luckily her friend and ally, Allegra Love, is going to pinch hit for her and is here today. So with that, Lynn, if you want to come on up, you do have a few minutes here. People can go ahead and get coffee, turn off your phone so they don't ring, use the bathrooms. There's all that you can do before we begin our conference. Thank you very much.
ambassador.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Haley's one of my best friends.
Oh, okay, great, yeah.
That's great. Me and Bridget were just like, we're only going to be just by invite only with people who we know can just be sort of nimble and.
Yeah. I never heard back from Israel, but it said like he had a pretty busy day yesterday. He emailed this morning saying he'd like to set up a training if he can still help, so maybe we can get him up to date like solo. But if there's more people, it'd be great. We can get to more vetting sooner.
There's kind of like a shocking number of people. And it doesn't sound like all of them are going to make it to CBOLA either.
I know
We have to have a game plan about
I think
that.
we should also like have a call with Dean King and be like, what are your plans to open up another unit? You have space. Like, why would you not?
Well, because the Cuatro Inseparables from Hector's text seem to say that like they're in Florence and not being transferred.
Maybe they just have to like initiate the request or something like that. Or it's like still in the process.
Sorry, it's so good. We have our G28s now.
Yeah. As long as we can get AMs, but yeah. Okay.
So the thing about the shelter in Agua Prieta is it's not just transfers. There's families there too, and so we sort of naturally got involved with and that just got. I was emotionally destroyed.
Right.
I'm never gonna forget the things I had to do down there in terms of babies.
Yeah. Tennis was giving me some of the cliff notes.
But the good news is the one super dicey family. They've all been reunited in Tucson together, and they're moving.
When you do speak, just a point, because you're speaking now and I can't hear you.
Oh, he turned us off.
Oh, okay, great. Sometimes people have to move them all the way
Really
to the mouth,
close.
like they're a rock star.
We're jamming a little loud here, so.
We're gonna,
Okay.
Peter, we're gonna wait a couple more minutes because people seem to still be coming in.
An extra pen anyway.
Here.
You're so lucky.
Yeah, no,
today.
it's
You get to
good.
sit here and
Actually,
listen to
let me
this
go
boring
get-
law
That
shit.
was great. I just wanted.
Yeah.
We have to lawyers. We have to get like 12 hours of like education, so they don't take our licenses away. Once a year, but like this conference, which I come to every year, takes care of it all in like 2 days. Because I forget every year, and then I get a warning in December, like you haven't done any of your training. Like, so, but it's not much more interesting to me than it is to you. Yeah, I know. Oh, you're so prepared.
I just will otherwise forget what the heck I'm supposed to say. Okay.
Oh, my goodness.
Have you ever heard of? Oh, hi, Sig. How are you? What's up?
Any other things we need to know before we get?
No, I think we're fine. I think we're just as people continue to keep coming in the room. So,
People in the room, do they have immigration background? That you know, like, are there any other immigration lawyers?
I saw him last week.
A really
I've been in and out of town, so I haven't seen much of him in the last month or so.
like fact checking me, things like that. I'm pretty good super nervous.
I know. Well, I have to move myself to be gracious.
I'll remind him next
So
time I
what
see him.
happened was when I asked about
Well, he, you know,
at least a reduced price for Dreamers, I realized I needed to at least
more stacks of $5
follow up
bills.
about can but it is always a bit of a challenge for me.
Yeah, sure.
Or I'm
He and I were using those $5 bills all summer, just peeling off $5 bills.
Pretty contentious bouts recently. It's like we had a good run for a bit, and it's starting to deteriorate real fast.
She's fighting with everybody. Do you guys want to give it a? Should we?
Sure,
Should we?
we can do it. Yeah.
Let's get
Okay.
started.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Thank you. I know people are still coming in. It was a little challenging getting inside both the parking garage and the building this morning, so thanks for making the effort to get up here and get into the room. My name is Lynn Canning, and I'm on the board of the Santa Fe Neighborhood Law Center. and am very grateful today to have Allegra Love and Wes Brockway of Santa Fe Dreamers Project here with us. Ali, who works with New Mexico Immigrant Law Center, was unable to be here this morning because she's very ill, and Allegra agreed to step in. She's also very ill, like many people in the room. So I brought Immune Alert with me if anybody feels as though they need some throughout the day. And we're just going to launch into our panel here. And I'll introduce Allegra and Wes to you. Allegra Love is an attorney and director of the Santa Fe Dreamers Project. She taught public school for 4 years before going to law school and founding the organization. She is passionate about ending the detention of immigrants, defending refugees and asylum seekers, and fighting ICE's operation in the U.S. She's a member of the American Immigration Lawyers Association, has a BA from Dartmouth College, a JD from the University of New Mexico School of Law, and is a licensed teacher and lawyer in the state of New Mexico. Allegra loves country music and riding around in trucks.
Just the facts here.
Wesley Brockway is a graduate of the University of Colorado Law School and a practicing immigration attorney with Santa Fe Dreamers Project. He focuses on removal defense for individuals detained at the Cibola County Correctional Center, which is in Milan, New Mexico. You'll hear more about that. Additionally, he assists with legal orientation programs for detained individuals, pro bono coordination of local attorneys for pro bono asylum representation. I'm one of those pro bono attorneys. And the recruitment and training of bond and parole sponsors. In the past year, Wes has represented over 24 transgender asylum seekers from Central America or Mexico before the Denver Immigration Court and the Board of Immigration Appeals. He's motivated by his belief that all people should be empowered with legal information and all individuals have a right to meaningful, quality representation. Wes lives in Santa Fe with his wife and 11-month-old daughter, where they enjoy the arts, the outdoors, and the never-ending quest to find the best green and red chili in town.
I'll take recommendations if anybody has them.
That's right. We structured this panel because certainly since the beginning of the 2016 election cycle, immigration has almost been constantly in the news, and also for the past at least year and a half, asylum has been constantly in the news. The whole concept being weaponized by the federal government. And so Wes and Allegra have firsthand experience with both the legal framework of asylum, which probably the majority of people in this room don't really understand. I certainly did not, and I'm learning all the time from them. And also firsthand experience with the asylum seekers who are coming here, some of whom are incarcerated out at Cibola Detention Center, others who are still stuck at the border right now. And so between Wes and Allegra, they have a wealth of knowledge that they're going to share with you today. So Wes is first going to give the overwork, the asylum framework, to give people a little more sense of what is that? What is the legal framework? And what enables someone to apply for asylum in the United States? Thanks, Wes.
Thank you, Lynn, and thank you everybody for attending today. Very excited to be here. Again, I just want to thank Lynn for putting together this panel, and then also for being a constant support to our organization and taking on pro bono cases in some really tough situations and doing her absolute best to learn all this law in a really fast and meaningful way. And winning cases too. So we love Lynn, and yeah, we're super happy to be here on the panel. So yes, I do want to start with sort of an overview of the asylum process. I'm not sure how many people are familiar with asylum or its origins, so it's probably just a good foundational point to start with, giving a little bit of background. So asylum law in the U.S. has obviously international origins. Asylum law, as we know it, was its first iteration was post-World War II. This is the UN getting together and responding to some of the really more tragic decisions that international communities and leaders made to refuse Jewish peoples who were fleeing Europe when they came to their borders searching for protection. There was a number of boats and ships that were turned back, and obviously we know the consequences of those decisions. So the first international agreement was in 1951. This is the Convention Relating to the Status of Refugees, which sort of gives the overall framework that we still work on, or still work with today. It's been expanded. It has been adopted into into U.S. law, and pieces of it have, I guess, been expanded upon. But then in recent time, it's also been chipped away at slowly, making it harder and harder for people to qualify or show their eligibility for asylum, and sort of narrowing those pathways. So in the first iteration, the 1951 convention, it was retrospective only. This was only for people who had already, prior to that date, prior to that initiation, had fled their country seeking protection from persecution. So that was quickly amended. Well, maybe not so quickly, but in 1967 it was amended and it was expanded to include any future peoples who were fleeing persecution. The U.S. adopted that in 1968, so it has been a part of U.S. law for that long. But also the U.S. was not the best at complying with those international definitions, and so in 1980 we passed the Refugee Act, the 1980 Refugee Act, which codified that in U.S. law, set that as a federal statute, and it was implemented into the Immigration and Naturalization Act. So when we talk about asylum and the rights of asylum seekers, it is something that is very much protected by international law and U.S. law. We have it, in our federal statute, and the definitions really do not vary much at all. And over the years, there have been additional tweaks. A lot of the time, asylum law is responsive to particular situations in certain countries. So we've made adjustments to accommodate groups, for example, people fleeing the USSR, people who fled China or Korea, and more recently Cuba and Haiti in the 1980s. So to go over the basic definition of what is a refugee, because that is what someone who is seeking asylum is trying to prove. Those are sort of the elements that they are laying out to show that they qualify for this protection. So the definition that was set out by international law and then adopted by the U.S. is any person who is outside any country of such person's nationality, or in the case of a person having no nationality, so referring to stateless individuals, is outside any country in which such person last habitually resided, and who is unable or unwilling to return to, and is unable or unwilling to avail him or herself of the protection of that country because of the persecution, meaning past persecution that they've already experienced, or a well-founded fear of persecution, meaning fear of future harm that they might experience, on account of their race, religion, nationality, membership in a particular social group, or political opinion. So working with that definition sort of gives us the building blocks of an asylum case, the building blocks, the elements that someone would have to present in order to show their eligibility for protection. And starting with persecution, that can be past persecution or a fear of future persecution. And when we think about persecution, I like to explain it sort of on a spectrum, right? We have things that the law would qualify to be insufficient to rise to the level of persecution, because it's a legal definition, persecution. So mere harassment, discrimination, things like that, that is not going to be sufficient past persecution to qualify someone for protection. But that would go all the way up on the spectrum to something along the lines of torture. Arbitrary and prolonged detention, waterboarding, things like that, physical torture for forced interrogations, we at the opposite end. And in between, what we have in a lot of situations are very serious threats on someone's life, restrictions on their physical liberty, physical assaults, sexual assaults, psychological harm, I suppose, as well, when thinking about some of the after effects of those physical and sexual assaults. So those are the things that would qualify, that someone would have to show to rise to the level of persecution. So that's sort of our building block, step number one. And then they have to show that the persecution that they fear in the future, or the persecution that they have experienced, is on account of a particular characteristic about themselves. That's what we call the nexus requirement. We have to show the connection between the persecution experienced and some immutable characteristic about that person that the persecutor finds offensive and is motivating them to harm that individual. So that's somewhat the most complicated piece, I would say, in a lot of these cases, because we're really trying to use any direct or circumstantial evidence we have to present to the immigration judge the inner workings of the persecutor's mind, right? Where we can't exactly step in, we don't have those persecutors or anybody who can represent them to testify about their motivations, but sometimes they're pretty obvious when they're physically attacking someone. If the respondent or the person seeking asylum, they can testify to what things were said. Did they use racial slurs? Did they use any sort of offensive language based on their sexual orientation or gender identity? Those types of things can be really strong evidence to show that the motivations of that specific incident were related to one of those 5 protected grounds, which I'll go over next. And also we can use things such as country conditions reports, current events in those countries that would show that there's a pattern and practice of this type of treatment targeting this specific group. So it's sort of, by showing some of the government policies or how they treat certain groups, it can be very telling about the motivations of particular actors in that country. And like I said, we have to make that connection between the persecution and then a protected ground, which is delineated in that definition, right? It has to be based on race, religion, nationality, political opinion, or membership in a particular social group. So obviously four of those are pretty straightforward when it comes to race, religion, nationality, or political opinion. We have a lot of instances where people are maybe harmed directly by their government because of they're operating in protests or part of some sort of opposition movement, and they're detained while being politically active. They're attacked or physically harmed while being politically active. There's also a number of different situations where we'll see, obviously, racial animus or people being persecuted because they're part of an indigenous minority. And so a lot of the time, those bases are a little bit more cut and dry. But there's the 5th one, which is a little bit more nebulous and gives us a lot more leeway, which is membership in a particular social group. That's something that is open for new definitions and interpretations. So as immigration lawyers, we can create new bases in some ways for someone to claim asylum. And this is where a lot of the cases based on sexual orientation or gender identity, which we do a lot of work with, they would fall under this category. And in order to prove that someone falls within a cognizable social group, you have to show that that group is, the people in that group share an immutable characteristic, something that they cannot change about themselves, or that they should not be forced to change, right? Such as sexual orientation, their gender identity. That group is defined with sufficient particularity. We know who is a member of that group and who is not a member of that group. It's not a group so large that anybody would fall into it and qualify. And that group is considered to be socially distinct within the country in question. So that country recognizes this group of people, or this social group, and usually that is shown by maybe laws that would be designed, anti-discrimination laws that would be designed to protect those people, support organizations that might be present in that country, working with those groups in particular. So even if it's a group that maybe has particular rights or is recognized in the United States, that's not going to be sufficient unless it's also a group that's recognized in that country of origin. And the last building block, which isn't really mentioned in the definition from the original protocol, but is something that is sort of expanded through U.S. case law and how the definition was adopted into the Immigration and Naturalization Act, is that the persecutor has to be either the government itself, or a public official, someone who's a member of that government, or they have to be a part of a group that the government is unwilling or unable to control. So we see a lot of people who are fleeing violence from Central America, from Mexico, where there are very serious criminal organizations that sort of run the show. They are responsible for a lot of violence, a lot of extortion, a lot of corrupting of political officials and police. So people who are persecuted by those groups, that would be an example at least of a group that the governments are unable or unwilling to control. But over time, like I said, asylum law has morphed, and we're making it harder and harder for people to prove those things. So recently, former AG Jeff Sessions adopted or assigned a case for his own personal review, which is something that he can do. It's written into the INA. He has that power, but it's something that's very rarely done. So in his time, he did it probably about 5 times more often than former AGs had done in their entire term, and he did that in, I guess, what was it, 18 months, 2 years. He assigned a lot of cases to himself for review so he could alter this case law. One thing that he did was he changed that standard and made it a heightened standard. So rather than proving or being forced to prove that the government is unable or unwilling to control these groups, they alter the standard, and you sort of have to show, now it means that unable means that the government has demonstrated complete helplessness to preventing these types of crimes against these particular individuals. And unwilling means that they condone these private actions, right? If this is not a state actor, they condone this violence or these attacks from private individuals. So it changes things in a pretty significant way, because a lot of the time when we're making these claims and supporting it, the evidence we have is international reports from international NGOs, government reports, State Department reports that describe the situations and describe the government responses to this type of violence or these types of organizations. And it's very rare that at least the government reports, which are the strongest pieces of evidence, are going to flat out say that another government, usually ones that we have international dealings with and have foreign policy agreements with, condones this type of action, right? We're not at this time especially not necessarily always standing up and stating affirmatively when there are other countries that are committing these atrocious human rights violations. So it makes it a lot more difficult for us to prove that element. But slowly over time, we're figuring out new ways to overcome those obstacles. So that gives you the basic overview, I guess, of asylum, the building blocks. Just two more important points that I want to make, I think, before I pass it off to Allegra for a bit of a border update, is in order, I always like to reiterate, like, this is international law in origin, and that international law is still existing, but it's also now federal U.S. law, right? That is statutorily protected. And so when someone presents themselves at a port of entry and expresses a fear of return to their country, that automatically triggers certain due process rights, right? Regardless of their status. It's a constitutional due process right that is based on that entitlement that they have, that statutory entitlement to meaningfully present their case and show their eligibility for protection. It's not based on the fact that they are a citizen or non-citizen. It's based in that statutory right. Like if we think back to, I'm forgetting the case now, but what is the Matthews due process case, where it gives you those standards for like the amount of due process someone is due, all right, and balancing that against the government's interest in maintaining fiscal responsibility, and we have those like that balancing standard where it is not based on someone's status as a U.S. citizen, but it's based on the fact that they have claimed a right or claimed an entitlement under federal law. Like we cannot take away someone's welfare benefits without giving them some sort of process, an advisal, a hearing, a meaningful opportunity for them to combat those charges, right? It's the same when someone is seeking this legal entitlement of asylum, right? We have to give them process and hearing. And that's not always happening because these hearings, they happen behind closed doors. A lot of the people who are seeking asylum are detained remotely in facilities like the ones that we work at. They have very limited access to counsel and legal resources. And the process is designed to move as quickly as possible because of that, that fiscal conservative sort of worry of the government. We don't want to expend endless government resources on these cases, or at least that's the idea. But it's moving so quickly that they're not giving any sort of opportunity to really understand the proceedings, understand what they need to show, time to gather evidence, time to find an attorney to represent them. So that due process is very, very quickly stripped away, even though it's something that's protected. So it's something that we obviously feel very important, or feel very strongly about providing legal resources, legal access, and representing people, but we constantly have a shortage of people willing to do that. So it's a constant struggle for these people who are, have very real claims seeking asylum, and they just don't have their day in court like we have designed. I don't know if I should bother going through the whole process of things. I think it's probably better to go into the update at this point.
I think we're good. Sure.
Yeah.
And let me
I can ramble.
No, and thank you, Wes. That's an awesome outline of the structure. And you might note that in your packets, whether it's a paper packet or online, there are 2 orders from the immigration judge that the people who are detained out at the Cibola Detention Center in Milan, the transgender women who are detained there, see a judge who is in Denver. So there are 2 orders from that judge that are post the opinion that Wes referred to, that Attorney General Sessions took to himself and narrowed the definition. So basically, take a look at those. They're redacted in terms of who they are, but one's a positive decision for the person granting her asylum, and the other one is a negative. And you'll see how that plays out in these orders. Same immigration judge, but both of these after this matter of AB decision from former Attorney General Sessions. All right, Legs?
All right. I'm just gonna give you guys a little bit of an update about what's going on the border. I just got back from the caravan, or the Exodus, as it's known in Mexico, among the people in it. I was down for a couple of weeks helping to get our clients across the border and into U.S. custody, which is a really, really crazy switch. If you told me a year ago I'd be celebrating because I was getting my clients into custody in the U.S., I would have told you were crazy. But we I think our team down there has already put 50 transgender women into U.S. custody, and it's a huge win for us. And so I just want to give you a little bit overview of what's happening on our border and some of the executive orders that our president has made to sort of control that. What's happening right there now is a human rights crisis, and it's being politicized, but it is a human rights crisis. I wasn't in Tijuana because we work with transgender women, and because transgender women are so visible, and because they are so susceptible to violence. We decided, and they decided, to move east of Tijuana to avoid being in the center of all the violence that we knew and continue to know is coming in that area. So we were actually at a separate port of entry farther east in the state of Sonora. But if the conditions, I know the conditions are worse in Tijuana than they were where we are, but they were really, really bad where we were staying. We were staying in a building without windows or running water or heat. It was like 30 degrees. There was no food. There's no medical care. We're just sleeping in a building under mats, on top of mats and under blankets, which is one of the luckier situations I've heard of any group of refugees on the border right now. We felt lucky to have all of that. I know that people are sleeping in the streets in Tijuana. There isn't enough food. There was a recent rain. They're sleeping in mud. There's a ton of sickness. There's a ton of hunger and medical needs and all of that. And there's also a ton of violence. So why is this happening? Well, the problem is we are not letting people seek asylum in our country in a normalized way. You absolutely have a legal right to come seek asylum in the United States. Full stop. A lot of people, I get trolled constantly. People yell at me. People try and tell me I don't understand the law. People trying to call me terrible names while they tell me I don't understand the law. And they're always saying, look, I don't have anything against immigrants, but they just need to do it the legal way. Well, here's the thing. we don't have any third-party refugee camps in the Western Hemisphere, third-party country refugee camps. Like, you can imagine there's refugee camps in Greece where, say, like a Syrian might be able to come, and the UN is there, and they say, I'm fleeing violence in my country, and their request to be labeled a refugee gets adjudicated in sort of a safe refugee camp. That doesn't exist in the entire Western Hemisphere, which means the only way that you can ask for political asylum from another country is if you have 2 feet inside of that country. There's no other way. So the asylum seekers are coming up against the border to try and get into the United States and ask for political asylum. Political asylum does not require that happens at the port of entry. We have a 2,000-mile long border. I don't know how many ports of entries there are, but Trump essentially made an executive order a few weeks ago that said that anyone who tried to cross between ports of entries, which is to say cross the border illegally, get arrested, and ask for political asylum, Trump said that categorically anyone who crossed the border that way would be ineligible for political asylum. This basically contravenes U.S. law that Wesley was talking about. There's nothing in U.S. law that says that you have to cross at a port of entry to be eligible for asylum. There's nothing in U.S. law that says you will not be ineligible if you cross between ports of entry. So it's basically as if Trump took out U.S. law with a red pen and said, this is my executive order, I'm just going to start crossing things off. And so there's already been 2 lawsuits put in, and an injunction from, I think, a federal judge in California to challenge that executive order. But in the meantime, most people are too afraid to try and to be ineligible for asylum because they cross between ports of entry. Plus the military is there. Plus they're putting up razor wire. And we saw what happened a week or so ago to a group of refugees that tried to cross on the beach in Tijuana between ports of entries. They were tear gassed and had rubber bullets fired at them. So what's happening is they're only allowing people to enter through the ports of entry, but they are severely restricting the number of people that are let in per day. Now remember, once your feet are in the US, you absolutely get to ask for political asylum. Now you don't get asylum, you still have all the threshold interviews, the hearings, all the stuff you have to prove, but you get to be put into the process of political asylum. So what they're doing is they're putting Customs and Border Protection police out in front of the gates, armed, and with like tear gas, to block people from actually getting into the US. And in a lot of cases, when they approach, a couple things will happen. If they stay too long, they'll be intercepted by Mexican immigration. There's no requirement that they ask for political asylum in Mexico. One of the false things you'll hear on the news, or I don't know, the social medias, is that these folks should be required to ask for political asylum in Mexico. So a Honduran person who crosses from Guatemala to Mexico and comes to ask for political asylum should somehow have the duty to ask for political asylum in those 2 other countries before asking the US. That is not a part of asylum. You get to choose the country you ask for it in. But what they'll do is if you stick around too long while they're blocking you from the gate, they'll call Mexican migration to come intercept you, and then you'll be detained in Mexico and have to ask for political asylum there. It's harder to win political asylum in Mexico than it is in the United States. And for a lot of the people, especially our clients, trans women, their lives are no safer in Mexico than they were in their countries of origin. So the system that's being used is, as they approach the bridge, they're being given a number and being told to come back when their number is called. In El Paso, they're literally getting their numbers Sharpied onto their arms, which is astonishing. People are coming through and having their number Sharpied on them. And then when they get within a certain number when their number comes up enough on the wait list, they're being invited to sleep on the sidewalks outside of the port of entry so that they can trickle in. what this is causing is a huge bottleneck at the ports. And there were already thousands of people waiting for political asylum before this most recent caravan. And now there are, I think there's 6,000 people waiting in Tijuana for political asylum, and I heard that they're letting somewhere between 30 and 60 people in a day. At the port of entry we were in, they're letting 2 people in a day. At another port of entry we tried for, they were letting 5 people in a day. And CBP justifies this by, that's Customs Border Protection. CBP justifies this by saying there isn't enough space. We simply don't have enough space to let that many folks into the country. It's not transparent enough to know if that's actually true. There isn't a ton of oversight, and there's literally no transparency. They have absolutely no respect for lawyers. I've been down there as a legal observer helping people cross, and I got detained twice by our own government because I was trying to be a legal observer. So we don't have a lot of communication to understand if that's actually true that they're filled up and the ports are filled up. Another huge concern on the border right now is family separation. The media stopped talking about family separation sometime after all the media was talking about kids in cages and this family separation crisis. It's all still very, very real. They are still separating kids from their parents on the border. I had to put a 9-month-old through the port of entry a few days ago, and we had to literally tape. She's pre-verbal, right? So when she gets detained by our government, she's not going to be able to say, like, hi, my name's Allegra, I'm from Honduras, and I'm afraid for my life. We literally had to tape her papers to her body, and it said, hi, my name is Taylor, I am from Honduras, I am 9 months old. Here's my lawyer's name, and here's my lawyer's phone number, because we were so afraid that they were going to take her. She was with her very young father, and that they were going to separate her from her really young father. It's still happening. We have 14,000 children in federal custody right now without family members in our borderlands. And there's very, very credible rumors that they're going to be opening a new family detention facility on a DOD site. And Fort Bliss here in New Mexico was on one of the short lists. So we might find ourselves with a family detention facility popping up in New Mexico again really, really soon. I'm trying to think, is there anything else from the border? Anyway, I urge you all, no matter what your politics, to think about this as a humanitarian crisis and not a political crisis. God, this is gonna sound grim, I'm just gonna say it. I had to take that baby out of her mom's arms at 3 a.m. It was 30 degrees and she was wrapped in a bunch of blankets and had a balaclava on. And her mom was understandably hysterical and screaming. And getting the baby to the border was the best chance that the baby had at that moment. People don't do that to themselves or to their children. They don't have their children living in filth in Tijuana. They don't risk their health and their life because they are criminals, because they have made a cheap decision to flee their countries and a cheap decision to try and come to our country. When you're down there and you are on the ground and you're sleeping in dirt, and you understand that whatever these people are fleeing, it has to be worse than living with this decision that they're making for themselves and their children. There's 300 children under the age of 5 in Tijuana right now. No rational person does that to their child unless they have a very, very good reason to do it. So I would just say, like, we need to support people who are litigating against Trump's unlawful executive orders, and also support treating this as a humanitarian crisis and exploring how we can support these folks through that lens rather than criminalizing them.
Excellent. Go for it.
Okay. And before we get into a bit of a Q&A session, I want to give you a bit more information about what happens then after people present themselves and are processed through the border, and specifically talking about what's happening here in New Mexico, because I think it's important to know what's going on in our backyard. So there is a facility here. It's in Milan, New Mexico. It's the Cibola County Correctional Center. It's about 80 miles west of Albuquerque. It's pretty remote, but yeah, right on your way across I-40 to Gallup, you'll hit Grants. And it's a former BOP prison that is now operated by Core Civic, which is a for-profit prison corporation. And they have 3 prison contracts that they facilitate. One is a federal marshal's contract, one is for Cibola County Jail, and then the third is the ICE contract, and that's where we meet and orient our clients and help them through the process. So on any given day at the facility, there's between 250 to 350 detained individuals under that ICE contract. The majority, 95%, are all seeking asylum and have recently presented themselves. I would say the majority of people have recently presented themselves at the port of entry. There are some people who are apprehended internally. They have been here for some time, and then they are placed in removal proceedings and detained and still seeking asylum, but the majority are people of very recent entries. And the population currently at Cibola, which it's fluctuated over time, the majority are men from Central America and Mexico who are held there for anywhere from 3 to 4 weeks for the first step in their process, which is a credible fear interview. They have to express to an asylum officer the reasons they're fleeing, the reasons they have fear of returning to their country, and it's a very basic preliminary showing that they are eligible to claim asylum. It is not designed to be the adjudication process. The asylum officers are not granted any authority to prejudge the case and almost deny someone asylum, but we are seeing very high denial rates because, again, the DHS policy is getting harder and harder, and the hurdles that they have to jump over and present are that much more difficult. And especially without, some people have very limited access to legal orientation, legal information. So that's one population, and that is constantly being overturned. They come from El Paso. They come here, or from entering from El Paso, get shifted to Cibola for 3 to 4 weeks to complete that first step, and then most are going back to El Paso, where they're in front of a Texas court to present their case. The El Paso courts have one of the highest denial rates in the country. It's a 96% denial rate for these people seeking asylum. So it is a very difficult. Yeah, it's just because it's absurd that they're being denied at such a high rate. And they're all very, very strong and valid claims, in my opinion, at least, they're the ones that we see. And so the other population that's held at Cibola is there's one unit that's dedicated towards transgender women. And it's one of the few, if not the only, facility in the country that has a specific, I guess, isolated or segregated unit for transgender women.
It's the only one.
It is the only one.
Yeah.
There we go. Clarification. And that's necessary because when a transgender woman is not in a facility like Cibola, they are held with the general male population. And the risk of sexual assault or violence against them it's a staggering rate. It's
90 times higher. Not 90% higher, 90 times.
Yeah. 90% higher risk of being sexually or physically assaulted than other detainees. And so they've designed this unit to insulate the women, to protect them there, and it just happens to be at this facility in our state. And so they present their cases. They are detained for their entire process, which can be anywhere from 6 to 8 months, unless they are eligible for bond or parole, in which case we represent them. We put in those requests to have them released from detention so they can prepare in a normal and safe environment. And then they present their cases through video teleconference to a Denver IJ. And so the conditions that these individuals are living in are the same across the board as the rest of the prison facility. There's no difference in their clothing, in their accommodations, in their food, in their treatment from guards. It is exactly as if they were either being held pending a criminal adjudication, or they've already been sentenced and are doing their criminal sentence in the same facility. So it's an extremely hard place for them to focus, to prepare for their case, to gather evidence, and also, like we said, to access counsel. And also, I guess to also talk about some of recently, there's a lot of neglect for medical needs as well in the facility, and mental health needs. More recently, I guess it was back in now April or May, there was a transgender woman who entered. Her name was Roxana Hernandez. She was HIV positive, which obviously can lead to very serious complications and life-threatening complications if not treated in a timely manner. And she was held for 11 days, I believe, before she received any medical treatment, despite requesting it constantly, despite showing plenty of signs of a need for immediate medical attention. And then she was transferred to an Albuquerque hospital where she passed away. And
But I mean, specifically, she passed away from dehydration. She didn't pass away from some complicated thing related to her diagnosis of HIV. She passed away because she couldn't be rehydrated, and she'd asked for days and days and days for medical attention, didn't get it. And the autopsy reports reveal that during that time, she was shackled to two bars and beaten with prison batons. So we're not just talking about the fact that this was a very sick woman who didn't get medical attention. This was someone who had a completely treatable condition, which she needed to be rehydrated because she was vomiting and had diarrhea. And instead of hooking her up to an IV, they beat her and shackled her, and she only lasted 10 days in prison. Which is why it's so absurd that we're celebrating right now that we've gotten 50 women across the border into this very facility that Roxana passed away in.
Right.
Sorry.
No, it's an important point to highlight. And so our role in all of this, we meet with the individuals detained in Cibola twice a week. We're out there every Tuesday and Thursday. We give legal orientation. We give them access to all the resources that they need to orient them to the process so that they can prepare for a credible fear interview, so they can understand what they need to prove to an IJ when they're finally placed in front of them, what evidence they can potentially collect and present. For the men, we're not able to represent them or guarantee any sort of representation because they're not staying here long. They're going to El Paso. So potentially they can find pro bono representation in El Paso, but it's very limited. It's a bit of a legal desert, especially for immigration-related things in El Paso. For the women, because they're set to be detained the entire in Cibola for the duration of their proceedings, we're able to either give them direct representation or find amazing pro bono attorneys like Lynn to represent them directly, making sure that they're getting their meaningful day in court. We also work to recruit individuals anywhere in the country who are willing to sponsor or act as a sponsor for any of the women in their bond or parole request. If they can show, if you know, it's the same as sort of a criminal bond, if you can show that you're not a danger to the community and that you're not a flight risk, right, but you have strong community ties, you have a good support network, and that's going to ensure that you show up for any future hearings, you can make a request either to ICE for parole or to the immigration judge for a bond. And so we work to recruit and train people who are interested in housing these women for anywhere from 6 to 8 months to upwards of a year while their cases are adjudicated in a non-detained setting. And yeah, I mean, I guess just thinking about it from a perspective of a New Mexico resident, I mean, personally it angers me quite a bit that this is happening in our state, and also that the state is not doing much to oversee the situation. There's no oversight committee, there's no board or any legislative body that receives reports directly about what's happening here at this facility. And I think a little bit more accountability would hopefully improve conditions and prevent really tragic situations like we had with Roxanne.
Yeah, I mean, it's just worth pointing out again that Wes mentioned this, but it's a corporately run facility run by CoreCivic, which is one of I think the largest correctional corporation in the United States. And CoreCivic is making millions of dollars on a monthly basis from this contract. And Cibola County, on the other hand, I believe makes 75 cents per night per inmate. So I think there's like 300 people a night, so they're making like a couple $100s a day on this contract where this corporation is making millions. Correctional corporations, our contracts we actually have 2 corporately run prisons in the state of New Mexico. The other one's in Otero County, and I think that contract we're going to have to renew it this year. And so that's one way we can get locally involved, not just demanding oversight, but perhaps saying maybe we don't need to renew our contracts with ICE, and our counties don't have to renew their contracts with ICE to have these corporate facilities. They're really just minting money off of human suffering. Again, for people who are not being accused of any crime whatsoever.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to briefly share my experience of representing a couple of these asylum seekers with Wes among this transgender group that's out at Cibola right now. First of all, just to reiterate, it's a prison. So when you go there, you know, you're loud. Oh, sorry. Hello. Hey, Rob. Welcome. So when you go out there, you're literally, you know, going through metal detectors, and then you're going, there's razor wire. You know, it's a prison, and you're going through gates that open, and then you go into a pretty much concrete room, and whoever it is there in her jumpsuit. And on the days when Dreamers Project and New Mexico Immigrant Law Center go out for the pro bono representation overall, or to attempt to orient people to the legal process, there'll be maybe 15, 20, 30 women come into the room, and different attorneys and other volunteers will meet with them and help them figure out where they are in their process. For the couple of women that I've had the chance to work with, Wes, and represent, they had passed their credible fear interview and had applied officially for asylum. And I cannot imagine having to be as brave as these young women have had to be in their lives. Listening to their stories, what they did experience, because for the most part with these transgender women, they knew from the time they were 6, 7, 8, maybe before, that they described themselves as, I felt like a girl from the time I was very young. I used a female name secretly. I secretly dressed in my sister's or whatever's clothes. But typically within their family, they were punished pretty early and pretty harshly for not fitting into the typical male expectation gender roles. And so you hear stories of someone who, you know, was raped by her uncle when she was 9 years old, beaten by her father constantly, fled to the United States when she was 16. And that's not even to mention what they had to go through at school, what they had to go through from their classmates, their teachers, the police, if they interacted with the police at all, who would say, well, that's what you like, or condoned it, or just stepped aside while this was going on. So the bravery and the grace of these young women in telling their stories, you know, and really for the attorneys, or at least my experience of it, is it really is helping them articulate those facts. There's no facts that need to be made up. These young women have experienced everything and more that would qualify them for asylum in this country. And so it is literally helping them articulate their facts. And on some level, it's making them relive the most horrible things that they've gone through in their lives out loud, for us a couple of times, so we can get it right in the asylum brief, right? And they've already done it some in their credible fear interview, which is that first step they have to get through. But then they have to do it in front of the immigration judge. And you know, when you're in that room, say Wes would be the attorney and I would be whoever the asylum seeker was. And then there's a screen on the wall, and this is in the Cibola detention facility. This is in the prison. Screen on the wall, and you're talking, there's an asylum judge, there's a translator, they're in Denver, and there's also a DHS attorney across the room. And so essentially, Wes asks the question in English, the translator in Denver asks it in Spanish, the asylum seeker answers it in Spanish, the translator retranslates into English, it goes back like this, and this person is sharing some of the most horrible things that you can imagine that have experienced, that she has experienced. again, amazing bravery, amazing courage. Nobody does this unless they are fleeing literally for their lives. And for these transgender women, particularly in these countries in Mexico and Central America, even when it seems as though there begins to be some liberalization among the population, you know, saying, oh, maybe some of us will embrace same-sex marriage, or, you know, maybe embracing gay people or something. The transgender women, because they are really violating those norms about who you're supposed to be as a male, and because these are countries where abuse and violence against women is so prevalent, they've got both of those things coming together. And so their risk of violence and their risk of literally death in those countries is incredibly high, and higher than, you know, many other groups. So so it's really an honor and a privilege to be a part of being able to represent them, and hopefully, you know, help them be freed from the detention center and able to go on and live a life in this country where being transgender is no day at the beach, but where they have an opportunity to live a normal life and experience freedom and just the ability to be themselves that they've never known until they get here. So is there anything else you guys can think to add, or should we open it up for questions? Or
Yeah, I think Q&A is probably all right at this time. People have any questions to clarify the law or the situation here or at the border? I'm happy to.
Do we have questions from the audience? Arthur.
Hi. How do people like you sustain yourselves economically, and what changes do you think are realistic in from like a federal administration perspective? What do you think is realistic in terms of changes that might occur?
So, like Allegra, I'm also a former public school teacher, so I know how to operate on a really low budget. And I'm actually 100% sure that when I worked in Denver Public Schools, I was, I mean, not to say anything wrong about the organization, I was making more than I was now as a public school teacher in Denver. So.
Well, just to answer that question, we operate on donations basis, grants, donations. We don't qualify for federal grants because we serve undocumented people, so most of our stuff comes from family foundations. The city of Santa Fe does provide us a certain amount of funding as well, and a huge amount of individual donations. Something like 70% of our donations just come from people writing us checks or giving us money.
But you do see across the country there are certain states or certain cities who are starting to do more to support the idea of I guess universal representation for folks in immigration proceedings. I know Denver just passed something where they have a new immigration fund to provide pro bono services to folks in removal proceedings. States like California and New York City, they have huge grant funding and things like that that are going just to providing lawyers or legal services to folks who need it.
Yeah, one thing that's really important that Wesley just brought up, though, is when you're being accused of an immigration violation, you're not being accused of a crime. When you're accused of a crime, all sorts of constitutional rights attach, and one of them is that you get counsel from the state. They're not being accused of crimes, so you're certainly allowed to have counsel, but counsel is not provided to you by the state, which means we even have, I mean, I was just down in El Paso in immigration court, and there were 3-year-olds without lawyers there. And so those universal representation are coming from grants, not from the state or the public, like providing a right to lawyers. They're coming from the same kind of sources we get money from.
Right. So yeah, I mean, but having the second question was about what sustaining financially and changes we could possibly see, right? So I mean, things like that. I think those are great initiatives, though, where cities on a city or state level, communities are coming together, legislatures are coming together to find that funding to provide money for legal representation. Because yeah, as it's written into the INA, it can come at no expense to the government. So that would be.
Also, some congressional action might be nice. What the president is doing, some of the stuff he's doing is clearly illegal. Trying to rewrite our refugee law. without any sort of process is unlawful, unconstitutional. But there's a lot of stuff that they're doing to restrict the rights of asylum seekers that are un-American, inhumane, pretty disgusting, but they're not necessarily illegal. There's a lot of executive authority when it comes to immigration. There's a lot of discretion, and I think that this discretion is there to encompass human rights, and it's constricting now because we have a president who doesn't want to all that discretion is supposed to say, you know, if there's a pregnant woman on the border, there's discretion to let them in, you know, children, families, and they're constricting it. So one of the things is just making stricter laws and Congress really getting clear with the president about what the laws are, but I don't know how reasonable that is. I think in Congress, the most likely thing we might see is a DREAM Act, which has nothing to do with refugees or asylum seekers, but might be the most pro-immigrant thing that could be coming out of the newly oriented House.
More questions? Dan, and then...
Two questions. The first is, how do you do on appeal when you challenge an immigration judge's determination of somebody's ineligibility for asylum, and can you use help in more of those appeals? And the second question I have is, are there any opportunities for the state of New Mexico, given the fact that we're changing our governor, to regulate the prison in Cibola in a way which would improve conditions there? I don't know enough about how this prison exists and under which authority it is, but I would like to think that in the absence of federal regulation of this, there is the opportunity for some state regulation. So those are the two questions.
To answer the first question about appeals, yeah, there's obviously, everyone has the right to appeal a negative IJ decision. Usually that's done in two different ways. The BIA, which is the Board of Immigration Appeals, is the appellate body with first review over these decisions from any of the 38 immigration courts that we have in the country. And the BIA can overturn the IJ decision if it's, you know, for clearly erroneous legal errors, right? If they just are misapplying the law, or maybe they found that the persecution did not rise to the level, or the harm experienced did not rise to the legal definition of persecution. We can appeal those types of legal conclusions throughout, and they have the discretion to reverse those and change decisions. They also can, the BIA can also remand decisions back to the IJ to correct errors or to review newly presented evidence, right? Material evidence that was previously unavailable that is now available and might change the outcome. So those are the two primary ways that we would attack an appeal. Appeals are extremely difficult, and I think, I mean, the approval or the reversal rates are pretty low. So it is really important, you know, to go through and obviously create that record and present as much strong evidence as you can the first time around, because the chances of being successful on appeal are quite limited. And sometimes it only gets you back to the IJ, and it's the same IJ, and you might still have the same issues, or they might still you know, feel that they're not going to see the law, I guess, as you're presenting it. They may not agree, so it can be quite difficult. You can also appeal BIA decisions if they deny your request for remand or to change the errors. You can appeal that to a federal circuit court level, and then obviously the Supreme Court if it goes. But it's very hard to establish any sort of good appellate precedent when people are detained, because you're asking them to agree to an appeal and agree to 6 to 8 months further detention, and that's just for the BIA level. And then if you were to take it to a federal court level or federal circuit level, possibly another year. So there's not a ton of great higher circuit court level precedent for detention related cases, and that can be very limiting in our ability to represent.
And really quickly to the question about our state leadership, I don't know exactly how the whole thing is configured and how much our state leadership has in terms of creating oversight. This summer there was a like a bipartisan panel that happened where all this testimony was given about the conditions of Cibola County, and I think it was received really well. And the lawmakers who listened seemed motivated to answer the question you had: is how much can we regulate oversight? What can we do to control what's happening? The contracts are made at the county level, and so I don't know exactly. I just don't know enough about how all of that interacts. But I do know that there's political will in our state legislature right now to address some of the issues that's going on in private immigration prisons.
And one of the things I heard during that hearing from a representative who represents that district is these are jobs. So basically, when you know that these are jobs. Sorry, Rob. That these are jobs for for his district, and so essentially, when the Obama administration shut down these contracts with CCA, now CoreCivic, the minute the Trump administration got in, they fired them right back up.
Yeah.
But
the jobs thing is bullshit because no, I mean, has anyone been out to Cibola County lately? No one is doing well there in terms of their economics, and so if we're going to be spending billions of dollars having ICE in there for these very, very minimum wage jobs where they're basically like torturing people, we can invest that money into actual job creation programs. Like, this isn't our only option. And so when lawmakers say like it's for the jobs, and like the prison work isn't the only jobs we can create in our impoverished counties.
You go, girl. I'm with you.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Don? Dan, sorry.
That was just my exact question, was what could be expected or anticipated from the New Mexico legislature and the new governor, just what you've been working on. So thank you very much. And that was my question too.
We have one in the back, so just give me a second here.
Thank you. I have two questions.
Can you speak into the mic?
Oh, sorry. One thing is, how can you or others get the media to cover the continued policy of the family separations? And also, you mentioned sponsorship. Could you tell us what that would involve? Thank you.
So I don't know. There's a journalist conference going on next door, so maybe we can ask them that question. I'm not really sure like how we keep these issues get really sexy for like a week and everyone's excited about it, and then something else happens. And I don't know how we get the media to pay enough sustained attention to actually create movement. So I don't know that. I think that there has to be a huge cultural shift in our country where we demand media that goes beyond like the 20-second news cycle, and we stop using social media as our sources and stuff. So I think that you're talking about a massive cultural shift of the kind of things we're all clicking on and reading. So I don't know that I can answer that question beyond it. I think that part of the issues is that we spend a lot of time. There's like, it's almost like border porn. Like, we focus so much on tragedy and bloodshed and sort of like the more violent, dramatic aspects of that experience, and it really limits our understanding of what's going on. And so when these abjectly horrible things stop happening, we lose interest. And I'm sure journalists are asking this question themselves.
Away from the mother and handing it over, and that's the best solution for that child. I think that's extremely newsworthy.
Yeah.
And if you could get a reporter just to, you could just tell them that story, that certainly would make front page news, it seems to me.
It probably wouldn't, though. I talk to journalists. I talk to different journalists only every day. That's like one story of hundreds that I have about these individuals that that we talk to. And people always tell me when they hear the anecdotal stories that I have when we're in conversation much like this, like, my God, if people only could hear these stories, their minds might be changed. But we do. We work with journalists constantly. And I don't totally understand what forces are preventing people from connecting through the media with this stuff, which is why it's really important for me to come speak in public and face to face and be in conversation with people, because I don't think our media is doing the best job of getting it right.
And I think there's also a lot of individual journalists who are interested and passionate about covering these issues, and then I don't know what happens at the next level or 2 levels up from them about what gets decided, where those decisions should be made about what's front page news, what's going to be, sort of buried in a few pages deep or to an online article only. So I think sometimes that stuff is out of our hands. There's tons of fantastic journalists who cover this in a really meaningful and smart way, but those stories can still get buried because there's so much competition, there's so much constant change of focus, I guess, and that's but to answer the second question about sponsorship, we reach out to sponsors in all different parts of the country. Essentially, when we're looking for sponsorship for the transgender women, because those are that's the population we can be the most immediate assistance to. We're looking for folks who are willing to house them for at least a minimum of 6 to 8 months, but likely a year's worth of time. That means providing them with a private living space, some sort of living stipend, agreeing to help them with transportation to and from meetings with attorneys, to the court, medical and mental health providers, things like that. Also, we're asking that those people have some sort of would I guess label themselves as somewhat trans competent, having an understanding of transgender identities or different different realities and lived experiences of people in the LGBTQ community, just to make sure that they're going to be supportive and inclusive. If they're members of that community or have connections in that community, they'll be better to find these women support services they need and integrate them into a comfortable and safe space. So that, and also people who are somewhat familiar with trauma-informed care. Women, like Lynn explained, have suffered some pretty serious trauma in their life, physical, sexual abuse, all types of discriminations from some of the most important people in their life. So that's a big part of when they're released from detention. They need additional support there, and so having working knowledge of how to support someone in that circumstance is really important. And then it's just a matter of giving them a little bit of training about what documents and things they would need to provide for a parole request, but you're essentially proving that you have some sort of lawful immigration status, residency, or citizenship, that you're financially able to support someone for an extended period of time, and proof of a fixed address, right? Because they're all showing community ties.
And why not Santa Fe? What are the
Yeah, sure. And also because we now sort of, we've reached out and have tapped into networks across the country, we're really trying to focus on sending the women to jurisdictions that are going to be favorable to their immigration court. So it's a little bit of venue shopping, I'll be honest. But sending them to California, sending them to New York, parts of, around Denver, Chicago areas, a little bit more metropolitan places, they have more favorable jurisdictions who are hearing these claims. So the reason we haven't done as much placement in New Mexico is because New Mexico falls, again, under the El Paso courts, which have those really, really high denial rates, and then get reviewed by the BIA or the Fifth Circuit, which has really awful case law precedent going against asylum seekers. So we're trying to funnel people to places where they're going to have the best success with their case.
That's all the time we have because we do have a break coming up. So I'd like everybody to thank our panelists for taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you all.
Testing. Did you turn the mic off?
You can do whatever. I just have it on muted, so you can keep it on. Let me just see the battery on this bad boy. Yeah, you got 9 hours still.
Okay, great.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, I have it just
Testing.
Speakers muted.
Oh, you turned
just
it off.
because these kind of pick up like the.
I want them to speak into the mic. They don't want to speak into the mic, but I want them to speak into the mic because it's all being recorded on YouTube.
Yeah.
But if the panels are responding to people in the audience and the YouTube viewer watches it, they're not going to understand what's going on because they're not going to hear the question. Of course. So I need to, but I'll do that when I get back.
Fit it all into an hour.
Yeah, and it's like,
I'm
even if
sort
you
of
guys
glad
are
it
muted
turned
and
out
they're speaking, the signal will still go to the recording. So we have it sent actually to you digitally.
Okay.
Yeah, but they'll want to be heard, so there's people in the room can. But I can just, I'll mute these and leave these unmuted, so you can just pick that up and train on it. And
Okay, that'd be
Some of the big issues that we're dealing with.
Good job, Lynn.
Yeah, it's kind of like a buzzkill way to start the day, but it's still pretty real. Mr. Trinan, I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good. It's good to see you.
It's great. Speak up.
Well, we were wanting to hear, but
Yeah, no, Lindsay. So glad you're here too. Good to see you. Awesome. Here, let's see if it goes. Hey, oh, that's all right. Finishing answering questions. Hey, you guys. Hey, if we can come down from here and let our next panel
You're fine. You're fine.
move
You're
in.
fine.
Well, I know. Well,
We
you
just
can
wanted to.
You can just stand
drop
behind
our
the screen
paddles
for a
really
little
all
while,
this
right?
Yeah, exactly.
So I am going to be looking
Hey,
on
Wes,
the
I'm
house
Rob
side.
Trinan.
Hey Rob,
for
I
the
think
majority
Lynn
of-
put us in
the
contact at
majority-
some point
Yeah,
about pro bono stuff. I'm
so-
sorry, I'd never really.
No, that's fine. I'm sure you're super busy.
Well, we had a shift in the need for some of the pro bono
Okay.
because we're having more success with release now.
Oh.
People are being let out on bond and parole, so they're not seeing their final case anymore.
Yeah.
But if that changes, I definitely have your contact. We'd love to.
Yeah,
get you trained up.
and I get it. I mean, I don't have any immigration specific experience or whatever, but yeah, if I can ever be helpful, I would love to.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll keep you on our short list for sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah. Appreciate your interest and willing to help out.
Yeah, no, it's disgusting. What's going on?
Yeah. No, I know.
You know what? Well, I had a friend get deported, which is one of the things. You know, what really hit me was when, the whole thing with separating the kids. And I remembered a time when I was in the grocery store with my daughter when she was about 7, and we just got separated for maybe a minute.
Right.
And
heart stops, right?
well, not only mine, so I'm looking for her and I see her like running up the aisle, going the wrong way, and get to the end of the aisle and do one of those little kid slides, throw her head down on the ground and weep.
I mean, there's tons of studies now from mental health providers about the actual very serious and lasting impacts of even 2 to 3 months, but a tremendous amount of time, but even that short amount of time, maybe overall, it has really serious impacts.
No, there's no way. Yeah, no, it's
Especially
just,
at that very fragile developmental age.
yeah, exactly.
It is. It's heartbreaking.
That's the point where I was like, I gotta help if I can.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I hate that, we have to see these things,
Right.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, we need more people involved and to hold the government accountable for
Yeah,
this kind of stuff.
totally.
These files make you
Well, I'm super glad you're doing your work.
Yeah.
If I could ever help, let me know.
Absolutely, yeah. I would love to get you involved.
Okay.
Figure it out.
Take care, man.
All right, thank you. Lynn, I'm probably going to take off. I'm going to stick around for the whole day. I think she's got a crazy schedule.
Rob, would you take a water and
I can.
are you sitting now?
I don't know. I was gonna throw down my coat at
Wait,
least.
this is your panel.
Yeah, this is our panel.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
And somebody in the back told me to ask everybody to speak these things.
Sorry.
Oh, you.
We'll do it. Well, me and Oda have never been.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Oh, like this. Where my bag is.
Oh.
So I walked in, the first one to see some journalists. Yeah. Clearly, the law was in this building. So like, that's not good.
How about this backdrop, huh?
It's special.
It's special.
We can do a green screen thing.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. I feel like Steve Stucker. Beautiful Espanola Valley.
How about getting Lynn to take a picture of us?
Okay. All right, Lynn.
So is there who goes first? Okay, that sounds
see your picture.
Oh, I went to his website.
Apparently my phone was so dated.
He looks awfully young.
Slim.
Yeah, whoops. Whoops. I still want to make sure I have Jack's head. Ready, set, cheeseburger. Didn't you used to have to say that? Here, see if we got smiles. Okay, that's better.
And everyone would laugh.
Is that good?
It works.
Switch it on.
Check, check, check.
There you are. You have the power of the voice.
Thank you.
Stand mic.
Right here. He set it up with a.
Okay, well, can I?
Okay, if you insist.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. You'll introduce your panelists? I will. It's great. You'd have one mic too few, I see. You're gonna have to share mics if you do Q&A at the end, so that I can go into the audience with this mic. Wireless. Okay, it's time for our next panel. So, Paul, if you want to come up quickly, that's fine.
How are you? I'm well. This riff raff.
Hey, how are you? Hey,
Lindsay, this is Paul Marty. Former Attorney General.
Okay, if everybody can take your seats, we do try to keep the program on schedule. It's important to us, but it's also important to you because you are getting your CLE credits this way, and we need to make sure we meet our commitment to get you the appropriate number of hours and minutes of CLE. So one thing I want to mention before our next panel starts is that you will find me coming through trying to get you to speak into the mic. I'm not just trying to do that pointlessly. The reason behind that is because to the extent that this is being broadcast as a YouTube video, you in the audience, when you speak, are not going to be heard by the people watching the video unless you speak into a mic. So even if your voice projects well and the speakers can hear you, the people who are watching online cannot hear you, and then the question and answer sort of loses its meaningfulness for an online viewer. So I'm doing my best to try to get you to speak into the mic. Not everybody loves that, but you do have to put the mic right up to your mouth. I would say to the speakers the same thing, which is please do be a rock star. Go ahead and talk right into that mic because the people in the back won't hear you, and the mics do not pick up if they're 8 inches, 12 inches away from your face. See, yeah, that one's not working. And I think everybody's seated now, so I'll ask Jack to go ahead and introduce his panel. Thanks.
They're still wandering. I can see them in the back. Whip them into shape. Tell them you know where they live. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jack Hyatt. I practice here in Santa Fe with the firm of Grazer and McQueen at least for another 3 weeks. And then I'm through, and I'm grateful to be through. 3 years ago, the Neighborhood Law Center adopted this topic as a focus of its efforts. And since then, the Neighborhood Law Center has participated in a number of efforts with the Congress and federal agencies to support strengthening the laws and the regulations that govern predatory lending. Some of the board members have joined state efforts to improve the laws and regulations in New Mexico with some success, but also with some great disappointment. We'll hear more about that today. We expect more fruitful results after January 1st. And finally, several of us have participated in the litigation efforts to curtail some of these practices, and you'll hear more from the panel about this. Let me introduce our panel. Our bios are in the printed materials, but first to my right, my immediate right, is Ona Porter, and she's the president and CEO of Prosperity Works, which is an Albuquerque nonprofit working on strategy development to break the cycle of poverty in our state. She's also the co-founder of the New Mexico Fair Lending Coalition. The other co-founder is Steve Fishman, who has just been elected to the Public Regulation Commission. I don't know if he'll be active anymore, but we'll see. Ona holds a master's from UCLA, as I recall. Is that correct? Berkeley. Oof. You just don't want to offend those. Yeah, really, those Californians. To her right is Lindsay Cutler, who has joined the New Mexico Center on Law and Poverty 2 years ago as a fellow working on fair lending issues. The fellowship has since grown into a full-time position, and she spearheaded the efforts to engage the state financial institutions division to actually enforce its own laws and regulations and to adopt better regulations, and she'll focus on that. She's previously worked with Laguna Pueblo and the Albuquerque Public Schools in efforts to engage parents in the education process. Well, good luck with that. Boy. Finally, to her right is Rob Trinan, who's a sole practitioner in Albuquerque, whose practice is exclusively in consumer law at the state and federal courts. He's handled more than 200 consumer cases for individuals and classes of plaintiffs, and he's a 1999 graduate of the University of Minnesota Law School. You know, I feel like I ought to say, well, I graduated from the University of Utah, and I can sing the alma mater if you want to do the song and everything, you know, the fight song, which is incorrect politically, but I won't do that. So, so we'll proceed in the same order. Ona, would you go first, please?
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here once again and to talk to you about what we do at Prosperity Works and why this is such a critical issue for us. So Prosperity Works, is, as was said, is really focused on ending poverty in New Mexico. And one of the places where the exploitation of low-income people is the highest, and therefore their highest cost, is in lending. So we are an organization that really looks at removing barriers and creating opportunities to thrive. And when we've been working on the predatory lending issue in our state for about 10 years. And you know, when we passed the law that really limited payday lending, what happened is that the whole industry just morphed and moved to other parts of the industry. And so for those of you who are not intimately engaged in this, we call this payday lending, but in fact, there are 4 parts to this industry. One of those is payday lending, which means you're going to pay off at your next payday. When we did the work on payday lending, it was actually about 70% of the market, and it went in 1 year to about 7% of the market because of the restrictions that were placed on it. Another is installment lending, and that's where a lot of that moved to. Installment lending means that it's going to be paid over a longer period of time and is not necessarily directly connected to your paycheck. A third part is title lending, and title lending has to do with your automobiles, and it's one of the really heinous parts of this industry, meaning that number one, they take your title when you get the loan, and there's also now tracking devices that are often put on your car, so if you don't make a payment that is due, they can just turn your car off, okay, and come and get it. So the other thing that is really heinous about that part of lending is that very often these title loans were structured as interest-only loans. So a $1,000 loan over the course of the year would cost you $3,000 under the old law before we just renewed some efforts. So it would cost $3,000, and there is no guarantee that that would be paid off at all. And that's what it cost you in interest. You haven't paid anything on the principal. And so the other part of the industry is refund anticipation loans, and those are frequently called tax time loans. And again, totally unregulated, and we've seen things in the thousands of percents on those loans, and totally ridiculous because those are secured by your tax return. So as we have worked in this field, and as Jack said, with some success but not a lot, we passed a law for 175% cap rate. We were looking at 36% and have been working on that, and working on it as an all-in. Everything is included in that loan. No other fees, no other tricks, and we've been working on that for some time, and getting nowhere. In one of the committees that we presented, every member of that committee had taken money from the industry, and you know what the vote turned out to be.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
I'm trying to get folks to ask questions, so I'm going to go first. Why is there precedent? Have other states got a 36% cap?
So there are a number of states that have done that, but also the Department of Defense did that for all active duty military people. And one of the reasons that they did that was because they were not being able to deploy people who were tied up in these loans because they represented a security risk. So, and then that 36% for all active duty military it was extended and reinforced. One of the reasons that states have adopted that particular approach is because we have seen what has happened in terms of the military approach, and the sky didn't fall, although the industry will tell you if we do that the sky will fall. So having said that, and also to reiterate that our job is to remove barriers, and this is a huge barrier, and create opportunities, one of the things that we have done is in somewhat in response to what the industry's mantra is. So their mantra is, everybody needs a loan sometime, and nobody can loan to these people for less than we do. So we went about trying to figure out whether we could or not, and with that we brought a new product to our state that is called True Connect. And this is a product that comes out of California and is actually a for-profit organization, and that's important because we know that people can make a profit at this rate. So the True Connect product is actually one that is adopted by employers. There is no risk or cost to the employer to do this, and once adopted by that employer, the employees can take a loan at 24.9%. They simply go online and enter a very little bit of information. Within 5 minutes, they know that they have been approved for a loan between $1,000 and $3,000. Now, this is a no credit check loan. The idea is your job is your security. So it is repaid with a payroll deduction. And with that, also positive credit is reported with every payroll deduction. And doing that, we actually are positioning people to be in a better place to go to a local bank or credit union for a loan that is lower than 24.9%. Employees are also eligible for 6 credit counseling sessions with this product. So we launched this in late 2015, and the early adopter was actually Doña Ana County. But now we have organizations from Doña Ana County to Taos County who are engaged in providing this opportunity to their employees. And right now there are 13,517 employees in our state that are covered by this. And let me just tell you a few of those organizations that have already adopted. So County of Bernalillo, YDI, Santa Fe Public Schools, City of Santa Fe, City of Las Cruces, City of Albuquerque, Catron County, Torrance County, Doña Ana County, Sunland Park, Grant County, and San Miguel County. Now, one of the things that we did was go to the New Mexico Association of Counties and get them to adopt it, because then it was easy for other counties to come on board. Also in line, meaning that they have already signed a contract but have not gone to full implementation, because takes a while for TrueConnect to get them up to speed with their technology. Northern New Mexico College, Central New Mexico College, Rio Arriba County, Valencia County, Eddy County, McKinley County, Socorro County, Otero County, Las Cruces Public Schools. And there are several others that are in the queue, meaning that they are looking at adoption. City of Española, Christa St. Vincent's Hospital, Santa Fe Community College, UNM, and the City of Santa Fe is now adopted. So with this, we have had $2 million, a little over $2 million that has been lent at this rate. And I did some calculations that compare 24.9% for this $2 million as opposed to the 175%, which is now part of the law in New Mexico, and my colleagues will talk to you about that specifically. And with that, it has been almost $3 million that New Mexicans have saved. Now, the reason that this is so important is not only are these very vulnerable families in many cases, but also this is an economic driver. A couple of years ago, we had 13 cities and counties sign on to our request for a 36% rate, all-in rate. Why? Because this industry is in huge competition to all of our efforts for economic development in our state when we have this much money that is bleeding off. So the other thing that I want to tell you about this is that the highest income individual who has taken out a loan was somebody who made $108,000. The lowest income person was $16,800. Now we might look at the person who's making more than $100,000 as a ne'er-do-well who knows nothing about managing their money. Or we might say it's convenience. And this is one of the principles upon which we wanted to compete in the industry, in the market. Because it is very convenient to walk into a title lending store or a payday lender across our state and get a loan. So we wanted to compete on that. And we think when we're looking at people that have those levels of incomes, that part of the issue is convenience. So if I have a good credit score and I make that much money, but I need a loan because my transmission just fell out of my car, I can go to my credit union or bank and get a loan, but I've got to go, and I've got to fill out an application, and I have to meet with the credit committee, and maybe next week I will have this. In this case, the money is in your bank tomorrow, and it's a payroll deduction, and just like the employer, there is no difficulty whatsoever in paying off that loan the next day. So there's no problem, no prepayment penalty whatsoever. So we're excited about what's going on there, and we also have talked with the governor-elect about the possibility of her just by fiat making this available to every employee of the state in New Mexico. We again have tried to get this through the legislature without success. So this clearly addresses the needs, can address the needs of employees, but it does not address the needs of those who are not employed in one of these organizations. So we brought another organization to town, and that organization is called Opportune. And they're a CDFI out of the Bay Area of California, where their focus is specifically on helping people with low or no credit build credit and have access to credit. So we opened in late 2016, December of 2016, 17. So we've been operational for about 1 year. And with that, we have learned that the average income, gross income of the people taking loans there, they have two stores. They're a storefront, one in Albuquerque and one in Rio Rancho. $38,000 is the average gross income. 51% of the folks had no FICO score. 90% lived in low-income communities, and 48% of those people support a family. Okay, so this is again a no credit check loan, and the first loan, if you have low or no credit, is $300. When that is paid off, you can go to a higher amount, and that's what they hope they do because they really are intending to build a credit score. They have loaned in that period of time $1.5 million to 950 people, saving $480,000 in interest and fees. The other thing to know is that this company, Opportune is the name of this company, is bilingual and culturally competent in their service, and they provide service 7 days a week. In addition to that, you may apply online. And one of the things that Prosperity Works is looking at, while we're based in Albuquerque, we work across the state. And we know that rural communities are often underserved with everything, really. So we were looking for an opportunity for rural New Mexicans to participate too, if they can't walk into the storefront. So you can apply for this loan online, and there are people there who will help you upload documents or whatever it is that you need. So it is our intention, I can say this pretty unequivocally in this room, to run these turkeys out of town, right? Yes, people say, well, Ona, you just want them, we'll put them out of business. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. That's what I'm for. So thank you, Lindsay.
No, wait, Lindsay, before you go, let me just add a couple of things. First of all, there are more predatory lender stores in New Mexico than all of the McDonald's and Arby's and Wendy's put together, just to give you an idea.
By two.
By two. And if you live in Santa Fe or you're in town for this conference, just drive down Cerrillos Road or Airport Road and count them on each side, and don't stop, just keep counting all the way out of town. Or if you go to Espanola, just drive down Riverside Drive and count them. The second thing I want to point out is that when Ona was talking about True Connect, they came to the state a couple of years ago and started talking to jurisdictions and to large institutional employers. And one of the things that they did was measure how many people in Doña County had been using predatory lenders, how many people on the county payroll. And they found that 20% of the people that were working for the county had been using payday lenders. So that gives you some idea of what's been going on. And Rob, I'll just ask you now, when you're talking, would you talk about B&B and their percentage rate, please?
Sure, absolutely.
Lindsay, thank you.
All right, so in Rob's nature of asking questions, do you want to guess? And anyone want to guess what that number of 2 times the number of fast food restaurants is?
What?
The number of storefront lenders is in New Mexico?
I want to know.
Do you want to guess?
2,000?
2,000. No, it's 602.
Oh.
And 602 to 610, depending on, I guess, the day you ask the regulator. And there's a huge number, as Jack mentioned, in Espanola. There's one for every, I think it's like 700 or 800 people in the town. Gallup is kind of the epicenter for this industry in the state. And there's a lender for every 500 people. So there are over 50 lenders in Gallup alone. Now, just as by way of background, I'm Lindsay Cutler. I work at the New Mexico Center on Law and Poverty. And since I started as a fellow in 2017, we've started a fair lending team. We're looking at both predatory lending issues and other economic justice issues in New Mexico. And Ona mentioned briefly that in 2017, we did pass our first all-in interest rate cap in New Mexico. And so previously we'd only had fee caps on payday loans, and as Ona mentioned, that this market's adaptable, and they had simply gone to installment loan products when we put those reforms in place. In 2017, we have, as of 2017, went into effect the first of this year, there's a 175% APR cap. Now, when I first started, I went to my first consumer law conference, and I was sitting next to Rob, and they were going through, it was a panel on state reforms in the past year, and the panelists were going through the state reforms, and they mentioned New Mexico. And I was like, Rob, we didn't get mentioned. And he was like, yeah, I'm not surprised. But 175% is a start. This is the first time we've had an interest rate of any kind, and Rob will talk about a case that emphasizes why that's so important. Previously, those interest rates, just the average was somewhere between 200 and 300% APR. frequently saw 300% APR title loans, which are secured loans, higher interest rates on unsecured loans, as much as 1,000, as Ona said. In addition to the 175% cap, we also have a few new consumer protections. One of them is that you have 120 days to pay back a loan, and you must be able to pay it back in at least 4 payments. That means that very traditional short-term payday loan, you're paying back in full every 2 weeks, that's now gone. And so the idea around this is it's supposed to be a little bit more affordable, but I'll talk about some of the reasons why that starts to break down in reality. These places are also now, all these storefront lenders are now required to report to credit agencies, which can have mixed impact for consumers, but it does sort of bring them out of the fringe. These are sort of fringe financial companies, and this kind of brings them more mainstream. My focus here today, by way of background, I explained a little bit about that law, but I do want to talk about the issues that still persist in this industry in the wake of the law, and to talk about what's the state and industry response been. There have been some issues regarding implementation in the first year, and we're going to talk, as Jack alluded to, particularly about regulations and the issues around transparency in this industry. And then I'll talk a little bit at the end about the industry response and where we see this going from sort of a more policy perspective. So the law was passed in 2017, and it went into effect on the 1st of 2018. That meant that the Financial Institutions Division, the state regulator for these entities, had an extended deadline for implementation. Now, unfortunately, when we first met with them in fall of 2017, there was very, very little that had been done to prepare for that implementation. The state had no plans to change or update their regulations, and hadn't really done any outreach to the industry, at least publicly, beyond sort of just a summary of the law. So this group, along with some other advocates and attorneys, got together and we took the lead on drafting those regulations for them. And we did extensive research to look at the ways that other states had attempted to regulate these industries, or this industry. And then about 9 months after the law went into effect, we got regs. And the regulations as they are now are very, very minimal. They repealed the payday loan specific regulations. They instituted the first regulations for online lenders. There's a substantial portion of this industry that operates exclusively online in New Mexico. And they also put in some regulations for the refund anticipation loans. Those are the tax time loans that Ona mentioned, are also called RALs. So we saw the first regulations for those as well. Now, what was missing from those is a lot. Regulations are really important when we're talking about the financial services industry because they determine how you make loans, who gets to make loans, what sort of marketing practices you can engage in. They also serve to clarify the ambiguities that were still left in that law. Advocates had encouraged them to provide greater disclosure or greater clarity around renewals. So this is a very key component of this industry. Is you keep people in debt. You roll over those loans as much as possible. So you make it so no one can ever pay them off. I think I just got a loan file this week that was 800 pages long, and it had been someone that had been rolling over a loan, one company that had been rolling over a loan for the better part of the last decade. And that's not uncommon. We asked for greater clarity around data reporting and asked specifically for more clarification around those tax time products, because there are some very specific issues there. Now, I also want to talk about transparency and enforcement. And this is really important in this industry because the Financial Institutions Division is exempt from the Inspection of Public Records Act. So unlike most of our state agencies, unlike all of our other state agencies to my knowledge, you can't get the records of the division. They're not made publicly available, and there's really no way other than through those regulations or through things they're posting on their website, through any sort of public hearing, that you can really figure out what this division is doing.
Lindsay, I have a question.
Rob, go ahead.
What is the rationale for, with this one state agency that regulates the lenders, that they don't have to comply with the Freedom of Information Act type regulations that apply to everyone else in the state?
It's a statutory exemption. It's been in the law for a long time, and I think it's linked to, and we've talked about this back and forth, I think, a little bit, but it's linked to like business practice. It's supposed to be like a way to keep business practices confidential, but there's really not a lot of reason for it. And I know that Jack, we've talked a bit about it too.
I think our reaction was,
yeah, there was a lot of disbelief when we figured that out. And it's unfortunate, we can't get the complaint data, we really can't get anything that is so important for working with state agencies and approving state agencies.
May I interject some good news?
Go for it.
I'm on the governor's transition team, and we'll be looking at FID and what needs to be done there.
All right.
The other sort of state agency that's involved here is the Attorney General's office, and they're tasked with enforcing the Unfair Practices Act. There's not been a lot of enforcement under that law, and we're hoping to see more in the future. Now, the industry response, I think, is probably the most interesting. This is a powerful industry. It's a shrewd industry. Ona mentioned just how much money, has flowed to our legislature. And this industry has the resources to adapt to these laws very, very well, from their perspective, I suppose. Consumer advocates had really hoped that this law would mean a reduction. Ona said drive these turkeys out of town. It would mean a reduction in the number of these companies that are clustering, and especially the low-income neighborhoods in our state. And that hasn't been the case so far. That 602 to 610 number I mentioned, that's down 2 to 4% from last year. And it was 622 in 2017. And we really haven't seen a lot of change in this industry in response to this law. We have seen, I mentioned the lenders online, we've seen a slight uptick in the number of lenders offering loans exclusively online, which concerns me in that it's a little less visible. I think they're a little bit more likely to fly under the public radar and maybe the radar of the FID too. Now, a key flaw in this law and the concern with 175% is the lack of affordability, which isn't surprising, but there aren't a lot of stopgaps in that law or in this industry to prevent that long-term indebtedness, that keeping people in those contracts for the better part of a decade, very, very long loan files. And one of the trends that's sort of emerged in the wake of 175 is a much longer term loan. So we used to see a 30-day title loan. It was really typical 30-day title loan at 300%. Now we're seeing a year or 2-year title loan at 174. Now, if you calculate the finance charge on that and you look at it over time, you're making just as much, if not more money off of that person. You want to hop in there? Oh, okay. I've also seen the repeal of a product called a holiday loan, and that's related to the tax time loans. And it's very, very popular in the western part of the state, in the Navajo Nation border towns. And it's a loan that typically rolls out the 1st of November, and it's based on how much money you're going to make by the end of the year, and in turn, how much you're going to get back at tax time the following January. So you're usually required to return to that lender in January, in late January, to file your taxes. And it can take a huge chunk of someone's return. The earned income tax and the working families tax credit, those are really important in our state. This product is draining out. Between this product and some of the really expensive tax costs, we're looking at a very substantial portion of those tax credits, and I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood of about 1/3 of how much of our EITC dollars should be coming into this state. It's earned income tax dollars. Now the holiday loan is gone, but it's likely to be replaced with an installment loan is sort of what we're expecting. And also as Ona mentioned, you know, the industry said they couldn't profit at 175%. No one can lend at lower rates than we do. You know, we both have products that show that you can, and the fact that most of these companies are subsidiaries of larger parent corporations that come from out of state and are offering loans in other states at lower interest rates. So New Mexicans are paying disproportionate amounts of money to these companies, and that's really something that's just appalling. Now, this is just the first step. You know, I painted kind of the bleak picture. I think Rob will hopefully end us on kind of an upswing here. You know, one of the things I do want to talk about that will be important to look towards in the future is increasing the data reporting requirements for this industry, and that's because of that IPRA exception, the Inspection of Public Records Act exception. There's a need to find transparency elsewhere, and so the state is required to produce a report each year. The data reporting requirements were kind of gutted under the new law, and we're hoping to restore them. And that's something that's going to really need to be fixed. Another huge issue in this industry, and that is a high priority, is addressing disclosures that are made to folks who don't speak English primarily. And I again look at sort of Gallup as an example. There are a lot of speakers of Navajo exclusively who have a frequent trend we see is the loan terms are explained somewhat Navajo, somewhat in English, and then you're handed an English contract. And there's a contract formation issue there where there's a great concern that that person didn't understand the terms of their contract. And so we're hoping that we can find some ways to address that issue as well. And lastly, there are very few magic numbers out there, and 36% is kind of the one that gets talked about here. 36% is the number the military uses. It's a number I think over half, maybe it's a third of the other states in the country use, and it's a number that we would like to see New Mexico begin to use. So we would like to see a 36% APR cap in the future.
Thank you, Lindsay. Rob, before we start, I have another piece of trivia for you. When the legislature was considering the 36% rate 2 or 3 years ago, and it was turned down unanimously at the Business and Industry Committee, one of my law partners and I sat down and figured out how much money does it cost to kill a bill unanimously at the first hearing. So we went through every single legislator and found out what money they took from the Predatory Lending Agency. The amount, and that was chaired by Debbie Rodello. And it cost $46,000. That was all. And that's peanuts for them. Just thought I'd tell you. Rob?
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Rob Trinan, and I have a law practice in Albuquerque. And I do consumer law, which I think of as representing individuals against companies that lie, cheat, and steal. And that's all I do, and I like my job. I thought I would start today by just telling a story that is the story of one of my cases. And it starts in Kansas City with two brothers. One had just gotten out of prison for investor fraud. The other brother was just kind of along for the ride, but before that they had run a Ferrari dealership that had to close down because of some questionable practices. And these brothers got together and decided that they were going to launch some internet payday lending. It hadn't been it's not that it hadn't existed yet, but it hadn't existed in a very robust form yet. And they started making loans over the internet where you just had to have a bank account so they could get direct payments from your account. And these loans were at 500 to 700% interest. They used the names of over 500 different lending companies to try to hide that they were behind them all. And they did start getting in trouble. It didn't work perfectly for them. So after a couple of years of doing this, the regulatory agencies, the Attorney General in Colorado, an agency in California, a couple private lawsuits started cropping up because they were lending at rates that were higher than allowed in a lot of the states. And at that point, they changed strategies. They first tried to fight it and say that no one has jurisdiction, that it's an internet loan, blah, blah, blah. But that wasn't working. So they partnered, they affiliated with some tribal entities. These tribal entities had one computer on the often in a trailer somewhere by the tribal council building that was supposed to have generated these loans, but these brothers in Kansas City funded the loans, were the only ones who had access to the bank accounts, signed all the checks, made all the lending decisions, collected all the money, and they gave the tribes a kickback of 1% for claiming that the tribes were making the loans. And their argument was, nobody can touch tribes in the states. States don't have the ability to litigate against tribes. These are tribal loans, so you gotta leave us alone, and we're allowed to collect our money, our 500, 600, 700% from all these people around the country. Well, that broke down too eventually. It came out with some of the facts that I was telling you about, that it wasn't really a relationship with the tribe. Some of the tribes were actually shocked to find out in the course of some of this litigation that they were only getting 1%. And as a result, that enterprise no longer exists. One of the brothers ended up committing suicide after the FTC filed a lawsuit against them. There is a judgment for $1.3 billion against them. The remaining brother and his attorney are in prison. And some of the tribes that were involved also had to give back the money that they had taken. And so I guess that's a bright story. Maybe as bright as it gets in this world of litigating against predatory lenders.
So Rob,
yeah,
a question.
Sure.
So we are concerned with the internet lending in New Mexico and how difficult it is to intervene in that. Is it possible for us to pass something in New Mexico that says any loan above our statutory requirement, which is now 175%, is unenforceable in our state?
If the tribe was the actual lender, so in the situation I told you about, it was easy to prove once you got into the nuts and bolts that the tribe really was not the lender. They weren't making any decisions, they didn't have control of the money. If the tribe was really the lender, then the states are going to have a hard time litigating against the tribe or regulating against the tribe. The one asterisk that I'll put on that statement is there was recently the last big tribal sovereignty case that came out of the US Supreme Court, the Bay Mills case, did in the dissent, so it's not the law, but in the dissent, one of the justices mentioned that if tribes are going to get into things like this, and specifically mentioned internet payday lending, and specifically referenced a law review article that had been done about the lending enterprise that I just told you about, then we're going to do away with tribal sovereignty. So I'm not here to say tribal sovereignty is a bad thing, because I don't believe that. But there are forces, I will say, in the tribal world that think this is a bad thing for the tribes to do collectively, that it could get them in trouble, and it could infringe on tribal sovereignty, and there's nothing ever public about that, but I know that there is pressure from within on some tribes, on tribal entities to not get involved in this industry.
Thank you.
Okay. Let me, and please, if anyone wants to ask a question, just jump up or shout out, or Dan.
Rob. So, that doesn't work very well because I have to have a mic to get it on to.
We'll get you the mic here, Dan.
Thanks, Peter. So you were asked a question before, or maybe you asked Lindsay the question about confidentiality of the FID records. And Ona responded that we can expect better FID enforcement, hopefully, with a new government. But I think that the confidentiality provisions are actually statutory, not regulatory. And so I hope we're compiling a long list of things. Peter Worth and Brian Egolf will be here later in this conference, and I think that we should be asking them for a number of things, maybe regulation of the Cibola prison, and now some change in confidentiality as it applies to the institutions that FID regulates. I know you all are working on a bill to sort of fix the last go-round, and I'm wondering whether that's on your list, and if not, why not?
I don't think that's a focus yet, because we're not there yet. I think that that will be a focus in times to come, like not far off times to come, possibly after January. But you know, there's just there's definitely an effort to look at that and do something with it. It's just that there's sort of been a list created on things to do and prioritize, and you can only go to the well so much. And so that's probably it's not on the immediate list right now. Because like you said, it's going to require statutory change, which changes the dynamics. Thanks, Peter.
So in my charge on the governor's transition team and looking specifically at FID, we will be making a list of recommendations, and this will be on that list.
It's not being ignored, Dan. I just don't know if it's going to be the first thing done, I guess is another way to answer.
I have two questions. The first one is maybe Ona, is that right?
Yes.
What is the focus with Native Americans and their ability to obtain loans? One of the problems that's been long-standing is that collateral is an issue on the Indian reservation, and they're pretty disadvantaged, has been my understanding. So that's the first question. The second question is to the entire panel, and that is, what efforts are being undertaken by any attorneys in this state under the Home Loan Protection Act, which it seems to me to be a very underutilized piece of legislation. So if you could address both of those. Thank you.
First, with respect to tribal folks living on tribal lands, the issue that you have raised is a major one with regard to all kinds of credit for individuals. And I believe that that is one of the reasons, as Lindsay told you, that really the epicenter of predatory lending is in Gallup, New Mexico, and that is for the nation. It's not just for New Mexico. So it's playing on that issue without any question. And one of the things that we're looking at, we do have on our team that Lindsay mentioned, a couple of Native organizations. The Navajo Human Rights Commission is on our group, as well as NAVA. And so we are looking at all kinds of things that really affect tribal people. We also are looking at the possibility that the True Connect product could be adopted by tribes for their employees. And And there is the question of tribal sovereignty when that comes into play. But I understand that that tribes can relinquish tribal sovereignty on very specific issues, and that they frequently do that when it comes to business transactions as a tribe. So it is a concern. I appreciate you bringing it forward, and we are looking at it.
And I can respond to the second part of that question about the Home Loan Protection Act. That is being used. I regularly represent consumers against banks on mortgage fraud situations, and it's certainly being used in that context. It's been used in the past. It's been used by the Attorney General in New Mexico in some predatory lending issues with dealing with mortgage companies, although that has lessened. That was more under a prior administration. And there used to be a place in Albuquerque, United South Broadway Corporation. Actually, they're still there. But they used to have pretty robust litigation practice that used that law a lot. And they're not what they used to be either, but it's still being used.
So you want to finish your case in chief?
Sure, so I'll talk a little bit more, but again, anytime anyone have a question, please just shout it out. So in the litigation world, one thing you can do is sort of have a direct attack. And what I mean by that is say what you mean. We're attacking this product, we're suing this product judge because these people are lying, cheating, and stealing, and this product is unfair. And that sort of argument has some legs in New Mexico. We have a doctrine here called unconscionability, which basically means it's not fair. It's unreasonable. The terms are so unfair that they're unreasonable and can't be justified. And there was a case that Jack alluded to earlier that came out of our Supreme Court a couple years ago against a company called B&B Loans. And B&B was making loans at an interest rate of 1,000% and higher. At that point in time, there was no cap in New Mexico. There was no cap on these loans, I should say. There had been a cap put on payday loans, but the way the industry often reacts to legislation is just change one term slightly, get out from under that law, and now we're calling it installment loans. It's slightly longer term, a couple other little tweaks, and now we don't have to follow this law. So it wasn't under any existing statutory cap, these loans. The only thing that we had back then, we did not have the 175%. We had the limit on payday loans, but very narrowly defined, and we also had and have had and still have a 21% cap on pawn loans. But there was no statute to look at. And the case was brought by the Attorney General, and the argument was you don't have to have a statute to know that 1,000% or higher is unfair. And that's the role of the courts. When there is no statute, the courts can step in and say enough is enough. And the New Mexico Supreme Court agreed and said that although they're not going to decide where the line is, they have no problem deciding it's somewhere below 1,000%. And they held that those loans were unconscionable, and that the company had to give back all the money that they had collected over the rate of 15%. And so...
And Rob, did they do that?
No. I don't think any money has been collected on that case. I don't know exactly what the problem was. I know there was a change with who was at the Attorney General's office, and that might have something to do with it. So that's an example of substantive unconscionability. It's the term itself. I can look at the contract and say 1,000%? Are you kidding me? That can't be allowed. The other variety of unconscionability that's recognized by the New Mexico courts is procedural unconscionability. It's a different thing. It's not going to be on the face of the document. Instead, it is how it's done. So there was actually a procedural unconscionability aspect to that B&B lawsuit too, although it didn't end up necessarily in the New Mexico Supreme Court opinion. But they were able to show that in that case and in another case against a company called Fastbucks, they did it even more so. They were able to show that they had a policy of trying to encourage these rollovers. They told their staff, once you see someone's about to pay off, make sure you call them and send them a letter and say, come in and get this new loan. Here, we'll give you a free $100 on a loan if you, on any loan you take out at this point. And there was a very concerted effort to keep people on that treadmill of debt. So they never actually fully pay it off. Because once they pay it off, they might go somewhere else, or they might just not get another payday loan. And so a lot of evidence, including training videos, was produced showing that the company was very intentionally trying to keep people on this treadmill of debt and misrepresenting things in an effort to do so. And so that forms in New Mexico what's called procedural unconscionability, which also can be addressed through the courts. You know, sometimes we just have violations of statutes. Like right now, if there's a loan out there for 176%, we're going to be able to attack that because it's higher than 175.
And let us know if you see one.
Sometimes there's like Albuquerque has a local ordinance that says, you know, kind of like the child molester ordinances that says you can't be too close to this or that or the other thing. You can't be too close to another payday lender, and I think you can't be too close to the base. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can enforce things like that. There are some other things that, like in the holiday loans, there was a practice for a while with some of the places in Gallup that were giving these holiday loans that they would keep, the people would come in off the reservation, they would get their loan, and they would keep their tribal ID as collateral, which is a problem because you can't get public benefits without the tribal ID. It really causes problems in your life, and they wouldn't give that back until the loan was paid off. And often they told people that they have to spend, they not only got the outrageous interest rate charge, but when they got the money back, they were told that they had to spend a certain percentage of it in that store. So those were, Paul.
The New Mexican did a story on predatory lenders, a very extensive story, and one of the things in the story, I don't know if it's accurate or not, but I expect it is that the last two attorney generals, our present attorney general and the attorney general who preceded him, have taken campaign contributions from predatory lenders. And should there be some kind of legislation or something to prevent the attorney general, who's supposed to be out fighting for the consumer, you would think, from taking campaign contributions from predatory lenders?
Paul, is that the same attorney general that disbanded the Consumer Protection Division that you created?
Yeah.
So. I mean, I think the only thing you can probably do with that, I mean, that is absolutely true. That there's a lot of, that the reach of the lobbying efforts by the payday and predatory lending industry doesn't stop with the legislature, but goes directly to the agencies that are supposed to enforce things in favor of consumers, like the Attorney General. I don't know if there's a law that can be passed that say you just can't take that money, but there can be things done like that New Mexican story to highlight what is going on, that this money's coming in, that this particular attorney general took this amount, and shortly after that, the Consumer Protection Division within that attorney general's office was actually disbanded.
And B&B was not enforced.
I'm trying to, they told you I would end on a high note, and it's getting harder and harder to do that. Let me talk a little bit about another approach in the litigation realm. So I call it the Al Capone approach. Al Capone didn't go to prison for pimping and running drugs and murder. He went to prison for tax evasion. And similarly, sometimes these lenders can be attacked for not necessarily a frontal direct attack on their lying, cheating, and stealing, but something that's of a more technical variety, but it can still get quite a bit of relief to consumers. There's often lenders, I've noticed, they have their pay periods set out, and maybe it's every 30 days, maybe it's every 2 weeks, whatever it be, but when people come in and pay early, there's some unearned interest there for what they said the payment amount should be, because it was calculated out to that 14-day or 30-day time period. And a lot of them just steal that unearned interest. They'll just take the full payment even when people are paying early. And people do pay these things early. There are a significant amount of people realize once they're in, this is a terrible thing, and they're trying to get out early. They're trying to get out as quick as they can. There's hidden fees. I've seen title lenders charge $25 to make copies of keys to make repossession easier, and not disclose that at all. Things like that. I think Anna mentioned the starter interrupter devices. So some of these lenders use what are called starter interrupter devices, which are something actually physically put into your car when that's the collateral on the title loan, and the minute you're late on a payment, that car is no longer drivable. When you call the lender and say, my car has been turned off, they allow you to make a payment over the phone, and then you can use your car again. Now, I was involved in a class action brought on behalf of a class of Navajo consumers, because that, we argued, is an illegal repossession. And in Navajo, and as far as I know, I think all the Pueblos and all the reservations in New Mexico, they have a unique law in that they don't allow self-help repossession. They don't allow people just to come in and take the car. You have to either get the person to sign a piece of paper at the time of the repossession saying they're okay with it, or you have to go to tribal court and get an order. And so we argued that the use of that starter interrupter device was an effective repossession getting around that law, and we were able to get each class member back about $950. So sometimes you have to be kind of creative. Also in the title loan world, when they repossess, there's strict rules on what sorts of notices they have to send out, advising you of your rights to get the car back, how you do that, etc. And there's a lot of title lenders that don't do that correctly. And so we can sue them for that and get people some money based on that. I wouldn't be living in the real world if I didn't bring up arbitration. So one of the biggest problems with these lawsuits is almost all lenders, in fact, I would say it's been years since I've seen a lender not have one of these clauses in their contract. Almost all lenders have a clause in the contract in the fine print that says you can't bring a class action, which is really the only effective way to do this litigation, and you can't sue us in court. You have to go to some privatized system of justice they call arbitration, and there's different forums that do that. And in New Mexico, we have actually probably the best law in the country for being able to beat those arbitration clauses under that unconscionability doctrine that I told you about, that the terms are just unfair, the terms are one-sided, they can sue you in court, but you can't bring claims against them, these sorts of things. But still, I would say a large percentage of the contracts used by lenders in New Mexico have arbitration clauses that simply can't be beat. And if you're going to arbitration on an individual case, you're talking about, you know, maybe hundreds of dollars, and it just doesn't make any sense. So that's sort of a backwards way, that's their Al Capone way of getting out of justice, using the technicalities for their benefit.
Let me try to end on a high note before we take questions here. And Lynn Canning and I are both helping Rob on a lawsuit, and Rob was out of town, and Lynn and I went down to do a bankruptcy issue. We had chased the defendants into bankruptcy court, and because we're experts in bankruptcy. Thank you. Yes. We were the only living, breathing attorneys available. But we went into this bankruptcy court, and I didn't know I was going to be entertained. But I sat across from the regional director, the New Mexico director of this defendant company and several others. And she was representing to the trustee that, yes, they went into bankruptcy because they were having a very, very difficult time making money on these loans in New Mexico. And the trustee and Lynn and I all looked seriously. We had our professional faces on, looked at that woman. The trustee said, well, why is it that you can't make money on these loans? And she said, because the interest is capped at 175%. And then we all busted up. We couldn't believe that was happening. But that's the entertainment that we get. Did you have anything else, Rob? You want to talk about that case? No, don't.
Well, in that case, it's an unconscionability challenge, and the rate that they were lending at was 521%. And so it's an effort to move that $1,000 is way too much down to 521%, which while we were doing the case, though, the legislature moved it to 175. So sometimes that's how things go. Let me just talk about this, perhaps. On some of these cases, I use an expert who talks about something that I found very interesting and had never really thought about. So I thought I would share that with you, which is in the payday lending world, in the predatory lending world, what happens with laws and statutes and at state legislatures is completely divorced from the public will. And he talks about why that is. I mean, some of it is the obvious stuff. They give a lot of money to the people that make the laws to protect them. But this isn't a thing where you see a politician on a TV commercial saying he's here to support the predatory lending industry in Mexico. These are things that, like Jack and Ona pointed out, are killed in committee quietly so nobody knows about it. The public, when you take opinion polls, the public the vast majority of the public think that the highest rates should be like 25, 26%, even lower than the 36%. But that public will never gets expressed through the state legislatures. It just doesn't happen. And it's sort of this industry presents a really good case study of how politics can distort reality on what people really want and what is really fair.
Can I add to that too, real quick, Greg? The same year, like the state of South Dakota elected Trump, like very overwhelmingly. It was like 70 to 80% ballot initiative. They capped their interest rates at 36%. Colorado just did it by ballot initiative this past year too.
We have about 2 minutes for questions if there's anybody.
Yes, does anybody have a question? Okay, we have one here.
I'll just tell you at that same committee hearing I discussed, there were 17 lobbyists present for the predatory lenders, led by Raymond Sanchez.
Thanks for all the work you're doing. Just wondering if you could just speak about the mortgage lending industry and if that's gotten any better. basically?
I mean, as the gentleman in the back pointed out, we do have some effective laws in New Mexico to address the predatory lending in the mortgage context, the Home Loan Protection Act. So I think that has made a difference. We have had in the past some active enforcement of those laws through the Attorney General, as I mentioned, and through some nonprofits. That has lessened, so that has not gotten better. There's no reason that couldn't return to where it was in the future, though.
Okay, thank you to our panel. Can we acknowledge them, please? And I'm going to step out very briefly just to see if our next featured speaker is here.
He's not here. What? She did.
I've just heard that the mayor is coming now, so he should be along shortly. I apologize for the delay, but he is on his way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was nice to meet you, Peter.
Yeah, nice to meet you, and keep up the good work.
Thank you. If people can take your seats, the mayor is here, and we'd like to get started. So if you're getting a bit of lunch, just take it back to your seat, and please sit down. We're about to start.
I'm sorry, you have to leave. You're not even welcome. Oh, no, thank you. You're welcome.
We're trying to keep this conference on time, so please let's sit down so we can start again. Thank you. Thanks. Mr. Mayor.
Hey, we're working on it. Okay, thank you. It's sir. How are you?
Everybody's here.
Everybody's here.
The whole gang is here.
What do you need me to do?
So, would you like to sit or stand?
Let's stand up for a while.
That's right.
They're busy. They don't want to.
Yeah. All right. So everybody, please sit down. We have the next section of our conference is to hear from Mayor Alan Weber about the exciting things that are going on in the city relevant to the issues covered in this Neighborhood Law Center conference. Alan Weber is Santa Fe's 43rd mayor and the city's first full-time executive. He was elected in March of 2018, as all of you know, with 2/3 of the vote. As mayor, he is focusing on making Santa Fe the most user-friendly, economically friendly, and family-friendly city in the country. I guess it's eco-friendly, which would be environmentally friendly. With that, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Mayor Alan Weber.
Hey, yay. How you doing? Are you going to stay up here and protect me?
I will.
Quick announcement, everybody.
Could you please refrain from eating? I've been instructed by New Mexico MCLE that if you're eating, you're not getting CLE credits. So I'm serious. We are not permitted to allow a speaker during a lunch period because it's presumed that if you're eating, you're not paying attention to our mayor, and that therefore you're not going to get your CLE credits. I'm responsible for getting them for you, and people do really want them. It is December. They are due soon. So please don't eat during the mayor's speech. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I were you, I would eat during the mayor's speech, but that's just, I'm not looking for credits. I think everybody should have food. Thank you. What I really want to do is find out what's on your minds, but I thought I would give you a quick report of how I see the city at the moment. I'm about 8 months into my work as mayor of Santa Fe. If anybody asks, tell them it's the best job in America. It really is an amazing, it's an amazing place to work, an amazing place to sit and to see the city do its other work, not just the city government, but the people who live here. As this event and the event down the hall on Journalism Under Fire demonstrate, it's very hard to go around the city of Santa Fe and not find remarkable people doing remarkable things every day. And I just get to sit in City Hall and watch it happen. We live in the best place in the country, period, end of story. Four ways to think about what I've been working on as mayor. I don't know if this fits your curriculum, but if you get credit for this, it's all good. There are 4 ways to think about what I've been doing for the last 8 months. The first is purpose. The second is people. The third is processes. And the fourth is projects or programs. So purpose. The people in city government are getting very used to the idea whenever we sit down in a meeting to talk about any topic, the first question I ask is, what problem are we solving? What's the purpose we're trying to get at? Frequently, the problem falls into the category, the subject of the meeting falls into the category of program or project, but I want always to elevate the conversation to the point where we're asking, what's the purpose? Now, the 3 points that Daniel raised are really things I've put out as targets for us to consistently measure our performance against. Are we the most user-friendly city in the country? When I ran for mayor, one of the consistent criticisms I heard was that it's just too hard to work with the city of Santa Fe. That's not good. That's not a good review. That's not a good way to interact with the people who live here. And so becoming more user-friendly is a purpose. City government ought to be an easy and accessible and a transparent entity with which people across the city can do business, get things done, solve problems, raise issues, or occasionally give compliments for a job well done. The second has to do with sustainability, being eco-friendly. We live in a community and in a state where we constantly need to be gauging our performance against sustainability globally. Climate change is real, and it is present in New Mexico. It's going to be even more of a consideration as we go forward. We have a lot of blessings. We have a lot of sunshine. We ought to be tapping that. We have a lot of wind. We ought to be tapping that. We have a lot of food we produce here. We ought to be making the best use of it. We have very little water. We need to be very conscious of that. And so these are some of our conditions that ought to make us the most sustainable city in the country. And interestingly enough, I had the opportunity to go over to Governor Brown's summit in San Francisco a couple of months ago and noticed that Wall Street and the rating agencies, which we usually think of as problems and inhibitors to change, are currently giving public entities like cities a better bond rating when they have a sustainability program and are in touch with these large trends that are changing the world rather than resisting them. So the city of Santa Fe, having adopted a 25-year sustainability plan, is actually in line to get rewarded by the markets. And the third thing has to do with being family friendly. And this relates really to the future of Santa Fe, to the kind of community we need to be going forward. If you look at the demographics and the economics of our city, we're very, very fortunate to have a lot of older people. We have a lot of younger people. What's missing are the people in the middle. We need to attract, retain, develop, grow families who are putting down roots, raising their families right here in Santa Fe and living in Santa Fe and working in Santa Fe. And that leads ultimately then to some of the questions that Daniel's interested in about housing and education and the infrastructure to be family friendly. But first you have to constantly remind yourself, what's the point of the exercise? The point of the exercise is not just to build housing, it's to build housing to attract, retain families, to be the kind of community we want to be in the future. So those are one way of thinking about purpose. We had a recent offsite with all the city's top managers, and we even tried to go one level higher to talk about an overarching purpose for the city if we wanted to try to articulate a definition of victory for Santa Fe. What would it be? And we talked about being the kind of city where other cities come to see how a well-run city operates. How do we become the model for a well-run, well-managed, productive community where the government and the people who live here work collaboratively to solve our problems? So that's the first P. It's all about purpose. The second has to do with people. If you asked me what I've done in the first 8 months as mayor that I'm most pleased about, it is the retention of good managers and the recruitment of about 11 or 12 outstanding new managers to be the leaders of city government. We have roughly 15, 16 department heads. We retained roughly 6 or 7 of those. We added a couple of new department categories, and we've hired about 11 new department heads. We have a new city attorney, we have a new finance director, we have a new human resources director, we have a new public works director, we have a new parks and rec director. I'm not sure I can remember all of these. I feel sort of like Rick Perry. I'm going to run out of answers before I run out of categories. The point is, across the board, in one bite, we have hired more new department heads as a group, as a cohort, than I think has ever happened in the history of Santa Fe. Of those 11 positions, including a new community services director, a new constituent services director, a new chief of staff for the first time ever in the mayor's office, I think 9 out of the 11 are women. And so the balance of gender representation and gender equity in the city government at the leadership level is much more equitable, fair, reflects the population. It's also fundamentally remarkably talented people across the board. Our land use director, another woman who came to us from Maricopa County, is fundamentally changing land use. Go across the areas of the city government that the McHard report writes about as problem areas, and you will see that in every single one of those departments there's new leadership. And they are really taking to heart the task of being leaders and managers, of really changing the culture and the operation of city government. Those of you who are fans of Jim Collins will remember his good to great dictum that the first thing you do is get the wrong people off the bus, the right people on the bus, and then the right people in the right seats. And I think in the first 8 months, we've done, the team that has been assembled has done an amazing job of getting the best people in the right seats, in the right departments, doing the right job, focused on the right purposes. And that alignment is really going to pay huge dividends as we go forward. The third thing we've been working on aggressively are systems. And the city government has historically underinvested in pretty much everything. We have underinvested in our capital assets. For those of you who have a reason to go over to City Hall from time to time, our public information officer has a sign on his wall which parrots the signs you see at construction sites. Construction sites say numbers of days without an accident, and then they post 20 or 30 or 100 if they're a good company. In Matt Ross's office, it says number of days where the plumbing worked in City Hall. And I think we're up to 4 consecutive days now. So we're on a roll. But it's funny and it's not funny. It's funny because it's sad. It's funny because historically the city has not taken care of its capital assets. It's not maintained the buildings that it owns. It has not really made sense out of the land and property that we own. And we have way too much property. We have way too many buildings. We don't need them all, and they are not well maintained. We're doing lots of things poorly rather than a few things really well. By the same token, we've not invested in the maintenance, upkeep, and the development of our soft assets, our people, the talent pool of the city, the workers of the city. This afternoon, we'll be releasing a classification and compensation study. It is the third one in the last 10 years that the city has done. The prior 2 studies were undertaken and then shelved with no action. This time we will act on the results of this classification and compensation study. And we're able to do it, and go back to my point about people, we're able to do it because the woman who is the head of our finance department and the woman who is the head of our human resources department took a study that had been given to them by the consultant hired by our predecessors, and it was an unusable study. It was a waste of money. And our 2 new hires, our 2 new talented leaders, took on the hard work of fixing it and making it both credible and usable. And we now know that we're able to go from, about 450 or more classifications inside city government down to about 300. And we now know that the cost of bringing that about 1% of our city employees are below market pay. And that in that 1%, 11% are of the 1% who are below market, they're 11% below. It will cost us about $1.5 million to bring those people into the pay band of market equity. $1.5 million is not beyond the reach of the city of Santa Fe to do the right thing when it comes to creating the workforce we need to be the best run, best led city in America. And so it's an investment, it's a system investment, just like the ERP is a system investment, actually putting software into the hands of our employees so that the people who work in land use don't have to pass copies of building documents from desk to desk, but could have a flow-through electronic system, remarkable in the 21st century. We could actually invest in Wi-Fi, broadband, modernize the airport, which ought to be a part of an infrastructure for a city of our size and a city that depends on tourism. All of these are systems that need to be built as the processes that allow us to do our job to the level that the people of Santa Fe expect and deserve. And the last thing I'll touch on briefly, and then we can have a conversation rather than a speech. The last thing I want to touch on are 3 or 4 projects that I think are emblematic of the way we're thinking differently about city government. And they fall in a couple of different categories, but overall they represent upgrading and investing in our future and in solving problems that appear to be unsolvable, but they're not. In fact, they are eminently solvable if we change the way we do business. If we pay attention to purpose and people and processes, these projects will produce the results that we all want. First one has to do with homelessness. And Daniel was, I think, familiar with this from attending an event a couple weeks ago. A woman who's a friend of mine named Roseanne Haggerty. And if you want to get to know Roseanne, just Google her. She is a MacArthur Prize winner, Genius Grant awardee for ending chronic homelessness in Times Square in New York. And I got to know Roseanne when I was running Fast Company magazine, and we wrote about her, and I fell in love with her then. And every time I meet her, I'm even more astonished at what a remarkable person she is. Having ended chronic homelessness in New York, Times Square, she's now gone on to launch a nationwide coalition of cities committed to ending chronic homelessness and veteran homelessness in their cities. There are roughly 75 around the country that have signed up to be part of this consortium, this coalition. And the idea is not to make homelessness acceptable or to reduce the level of pain or to make it less visible and take homeless people and put them somewhere you can't see them. The goal of her project, which is called Built for Zero, is to take chronic and veteran homelessness to zero in your city. There are 11 cities around the country with whom Roseanne is working that have taken chronic or veteran homelessness to zero. They do it by working not with a specified set of projects, but with a system that lets each city tailor their own solution to their own situation. And it starts, as most good management starts, it starts with data. How many chronically homeless people do you have in your city? Who are they? What are their names? Why are they homeless? How long have they been homeless? And what would they like in their lives to end homelessness for that individual? The best data we have about Santa Fe, which is not yet confirmed, but it's rough, is that we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 104 chronically homeless people in Santa Fe. 104. That is a problem we ought to be able to get to zero. But we can't get to zero if we keep doing things the way we've been doing them. The system we have now, which is incredibly well-intentioned, has a lot of different people, a lot of different organizations working very, very hard at their piece of helping homeless people, but it doesn't combine to end homelessness. And so if you sit down with a shelter operator and you say, what business are you in? That shelter operator will say, I'm in the business of operating a shelter. If you sit down with someone who feeds or clothes or gives medical care or legal advice to homeless people, you say, what business are you in? They'll say, I'm in the business of offering free legal advice to homeless people or free medical attention. Nobody says, I'm in the business of ending chronic homelessness in Santa Fe. Now, there is a coalition that's trying to do that, but they need our help, and they need Roseanne's help to change the way they operate so that rather than each one doing its part, all of the pieces go together to end chronic homelessness. And it's interesting to me, as a person who ran the Harvard Business Review and started Fast Company, and I do admire good management, that a lot of what Roseanne talks about is a combination of data-driven analysis with the Toyota production system, lean manufacturing, which creates excellence by starting at the end result you want to achieve and working backward in terms of figuring out how to get there. And it also is individual. It is based on the needs of each person. And I can't tell you how much I admire Roseanne and how well she answers questions that she's been asked for the 800th time. I think if it were me, I would be a little more edgy. But she has no edge. And so people will say to her, well, Roseanne, people did say to her when she was here, Roseanne, why don't we build tiny houses like they're doing in Albuquerque? And if we have a community of tiny houses, we could put homeless people there. And Roseanne said, well, that might be a good idea, but why don't we ask the homeless people where they want to live and build that, rather than assuming we know the answer is tiny houses and putting people there. And so she always goes back to what I said about purpose. The purpose is not to build tiny houses. The purpose is to end homelessness. One component might be tiny houses, but don't assume it is until you ask the customer if that's the solution they want. It reduces their dignity, takes away their respect, and frankly changes it from a problem-solving co-solution to yet another example of we know what's best for you and we're going to fix you. Nobody likes to be fixed. So we are on the cusp, Santa Fe is on the cusp, working with our newly hired community services director of joining the 75, we hope soon 76 cities around the country to take part in this campaign to build for zero in Santa Fe. Thank you. Well, let's clap when it's done. Let's clap after when we get to zero, we'll have a real round of applause. Second project I'm very personally interested in and committed to came out of the transition work that occurred after I got elected mayor. In true Santa Fe fashion, my transition teams were formed after I was already in office. That seems a little bit like an oxymoron, but we are the city different. I asked a group of people to look at education and what the city could do about education. It is interesting and frustrating to me that the number one issue that I get asked about at house parties or public events is always education. Mr. Mayor, what are you going to do to fix the schools in Santa Fe? And I flirted briefly with the idea of running for school board as well as being mayor because I thought, what better way to build a bridge between the school district and the city? But then my team said that I was certifiably insane for even thinking that. But it is true that the correlation and the combination of what the school district does and what the city's able to do are completely connected in every respect. When we think about homelessness or jobs or community or behavioral health or housing, the economy of the future, a civically engaged population, the city is not the driver. It's the school district that's the driver, and we have a separately elected school board and a separately run school system. There are things that the city can and will do to collaborate more effectively with the school board and with the superintendent, and now with our new governor. I'm expecting even better and closer connections. But coming out of the transition work that my working group did on education, one idea rose to the surface, and that is the idea of mentorship. If you look at the data, and again, go back to data, if you look at the data about what changes the lives of young people, there is no question that having an adult take an interest in a young person is the single greatest determinant of whether that young person stays in school or drops out, goes on to higher education or doesn't, finds a worthwhile and meaningful job, or becomes a cost on the system. In Santa Fe, we are, again, like in the area of homelessness, we are the beneficiaries of a large number of organizations that are trying very hard to provide some form of mentorship for our young people at different stages of their lives. We have Big Brothers, Big Sisters, we've got the Boys and Girls Club, we've got all kinds of individual programs, and now, thanks to the Community Foundation, there is a mentorship table. What I would like to do is to bring that together behind one bold promise. And the promise is, in the next 3.5 years while I'm mayor, any high school student who wants a mentor gets one. Any high school student who raises their hand and says, I want a mentor to learn about what it's like to be a lawyer, what it's like to be a professional architect, a DJ, a painter, whatever the field is, we have the people in our city to provide that mentorship. What we don't have yet is the system to match them and to make sure that the match is a good one. And so I'm working with Todd Lopez and Tony Gerlitz, some of you may know them, to set up that system. We're also working to make Santa Fe, there is in the world a thing called the UNESCO Learning Cities Network. There is no UNESCO Learning City in North America. We've applied to be the first. Yay. And again, we're trying to put down the systems in place to deliver on a promise that will change the lives of young people in Santa Fe, one high school kid at a time. So that is another initiative that, when you think about programs or projects, I think begins to hold up the flag that says we're not going to keep doing things the way we've done them. We're not going to settle for what we've always had. We're not going to stand on the sideline and say that's the school district's problem. We're going to step in and make a difference. And the third area is housing. And you may have read recently in the newspaper, again, the work of the working group that was chartered by me as the transition group to put a housing package together. Housing, when you look at the data, housing is not one thing. There's not one housing solution, nor is there one target group that needs to be housed, nor is really housing the right goal. The goal that I'm looking at is healthy, sustainable neighborhoods. Housing is a part of that. But a healthy and sustainable neighborhood goes beyond simply having houses or apartment buildings drop out of the sky. We've seen in other parts of the country where that's been done. I grew up in St. Louis, and Pruitt-Igoe was housing that was dropped out of the sky. It never worked, and they had to blow it up because it became a disaster. So if you look at housing as an end in itself, you miss the point. The real point is healthy communities and neighborhoods where people can live healthy and connected lives. We have a spectrum of housing needs in Santa Fe. It goes from what I started with a minute ago, homelessness, all the way to affordable housing, workforce housing, multi-family housing, first homes for people to buy, all the way to housing for seniors who want to downsize from a single-family home and find a smaller apartment or condo that they could move into and free up single-family homes at the further end of the housing spectrum. The task force came up with an agenda of things for us to do, all of which I believe are doable if we marshal the resources, the people, and the teamwork to get it done. The list goes something like this. First of all, we have to combine a reassessment of short-term rentals with accessory dwelling units. Short-term rentals are a blessing and a curse. We've always had them in Santa Fe. People have always had a casita that they could rent. Now, because the web changes everything, Airbnb and other rentals on the web have taken what was a sort of a little Santa Fe practice and turned into a global industry. And now we have people in neighborhoods saying, I moved into this neighborhood because it was a great place to live. I'm living next to a hotel. I'm living next to a bed and breakfast. I don't know my neighbors. I don't know whether the car that's parked on the street is a person staking out my house or the person living in the short-term rental. We have a short-term rental ordinance that was passed. It needs to be tweaked. It needs to be adjusted. We don't have good data on how many short-term rentals there are, how well they're being managed, whether we're getting our GRT share. Needs to be updated as the technology has changed the game. Second thing we have a great opportunity to do is actually to do more auxiliary dwelling units. In LA, Mayor Garcetti has made this a foundation of dealing with the housing issues in LA, and we're in a position to do it too if we do it right. And again, there are political tripwires you have to be sensitive to. We can't simply say, everybody who's got a single family home, please go add 2 or 3 new accessory dwelling units. That fundamentally changes the nature of our neighborhoods if we do that. And so coming up with a plan and a process and a set of criteria for adding an accessory dwelling unit where it would be permitted in a way that doesn't undermine the sense of neighborhood is a way to add dwelling units without having to spread out the city even more across the landscape. Fundamentally, it gets down to density. We are a very low density city. Over time, as we grow, as we add population, young people to feed the future of our city, we need to look at ways to create more density so that we can serve that population more sustainably. These pieces do fit together. Another thing we're working on is obviously looking at the campus of the University of Art and Design and St. Mike's Corridor. University of Art and Design is a once-in-a-lifetime gift to the city of Santa Fe. It is the center of the city geographically. It's a place where we can add housing of a variety of kinds and build on our digital entertainment industry and add a higher ed component that will speak to young people, job creation, the health of the city going forward. We're about to announce the hiring of an executive director who will be working for the city to put out RFPs on the next round of planning for the University of Art and Design. It's a great opportunity for a new town in town. It is something that we really have to do right and do well. Some of my friends on the city council are very concerned because we have a $2.2 million annual payment to own that land, on top of which we have to pay to keep it up and maintain it. And so the clock is ticking on the one hand. On the other hand, if we do this right, it's about a $500 million future investment in the city's housing and employment future. So we're balancing present financial needs against future opportunity. Another huge opportunity for housing are literally opportunity zones. The city has 5 opportunity zones around the spread around the city awarded to us. These are zones where investors will get special treatment with their capital gains. It is now, the rules are being promulgated or have been promulgated by the Treasury Department. Our Economic Development Office is working very hard to line up opportunity funds that would then be applied to invest in these 5 zones. People who have been attending the meetings led by our economic development team tell me we are far advanced over any other city in New Mexico at a minimum, and maybe in the Southwest, in terms of figuring out how an opportunity zone gets translated into investments that give us more housing and more mixed use. There are 3 or 4 more other parts of the housing package, but the point is they're all very doable. Another one is collaborating with the school district and the county to identify city parcels and county parcels and school district parcels, put out RFPs simultaneously on all of those parcels, and get housing built on all of them at the same time. This begins to get away from the NIMBY argument, which says, oh, you're only picking on us. If we have a spread of housing projects all over the community, no one neighborhood says, why are you putting this in our backyard? The answer is everybody gets some new housing. It's all reduced in cost because we'll be putting in the land, and it leads to affordable workforce housing. There's a whole lot more that's going on. As I said, being mayor of Santa Fe is the best job in the country. We're looking at a whole remarkable set of people, investments, talent, bringing ideas forward. The best idea I heard this morning from our new community services director. She was looking at something that I think is being done in an African city called Grandmas on Benches. It is the lowest cost, highest effective way of providing psychiatric care in any city in the country. So think about coming soon to a neighborhood bench near you, a grandma who will sit there and listen to whatever is on your mind and tell you, it's going to be okay. There are ideas everywhere. I mean, there really are ideas everywhere. I think the city government is moving at a clock speed that is the fastest in recent history, maybe in history ever. More energy, more vitality, more can-do spirit. We don't always get it right, but we're working at it every single day to fix the problems of trust, transparency, engagement, and really future-oriented thinking so that the Santa Fe 5 years from now, 10 years now, keeps the best of our city, the things that make it special, and also gives us the future we want for our kids, for their lives, for their employment, for their housing, for their sustainability. That's an overview. What do you want to talk about?
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Come sit here. So questions for Mayor Weber.
Okay, that's pretty much it then.
I'm sure there are questions. I hope someone will.
Jack.
There's Jack.
Mayor, as the chairman of the Planning Commission, I want to beg you to have someone in the land use department pay more attention to the 1,000-year events that we're now experiencing. As the projects come through, we're used to dealing with something along the line of a 100-year flood. And the 1,000-year flood is now, and as you well know, an appeal from a recent case is very serious in terms of the topography of that area is concerning. And yet they followed all of the right criteria, and I think the governing body took the right course of action in supporting the Planning Commission. But I don't know how else to get it to you, and I don't have time to do a resolution from the Planning Commission and the governing body, so I thought I'd just take this opportunity and say, we need to do more.
Thank you. The appeal, as I understand it, is on open meetings, not on topography.
I think someone else. What's that?
Yes. Yes, but then the current appeal is based on process. I think, listen, you're right about not just the issue of what are our planning horizons. With all due respect to the Planning Commission and what I have inherited as mayor, Santa Fe is not a city that believes in planning. We just don't. I mean, we haven't updated the general plan since 1999. And last time I checked, the world has changed since 1999. There's this little thing called an iPhone that wasn't in existence in 1999, among other things. Climate change was known but not taken seriously in 1999. Transit wasn't a part of our thinking in 1999 the way it is now. And so what Carol Johnson is doing, and again, I think we have the most amazingly talented group of leaders in perhaps the city's history, department by department. Carol is now working to rebuild, reimagine, reconstruct the land use department. It's called land use, it's not even called planning. You know, when I worked in Portland in the 1970s, the future of Portland went through the planning department. Carol does not, I'm, something that blows my mind is that we don't have in our planning department a transportation planner. The job doesn't exist. When I worked in the mayor's office in Portland, the people who really reimagined Portland, Oregon into what it is today were the city planning director who had come from Cleveland, Ohio, where a guy named Norm Krumholtz had been the planning director, and Norm Krumholtz in the 70s or 80s produced the first urban plan of any city in America that said urban planning is a matter of social justice. Our planning director in Portland came out of that tradition, brought with him a guy named Doug Wright, who was a transportation planner, who made sure that every land use decision was integrated with a transportation plan, not a traffic plan, a transportation plan, and a guy named Don Mazziotti, who was a policy planner. And between Ernie and Doug and Don, the future of Portland, Oregon was manifest by that kind of thinking. So we are really at building from old models in Santa Fe to a much more contemporary version of what a planning department actually looks like. And you're right, in a day and age when you look at fires in California and floods following fires, we have got to look at our land use decisions with a long-term assessment, but also with a planning vision that has not really been ever implemented in a coherent and consistent fashion to produce the patterns in the neighborhoods and the concentrations that we really need so Santa Fe stays livable.
And I would just like to ask as a follow-up or just comment as a follow-up. Actually, I worked on that 1999 plan, and I can tell you why we haven't done it since. Those are pretty hard to do, those general plan updates. But also, prior to the recession, we had a pretty stringent inclusionary zoning ordinance. We had pretty stringent escarpment and ridgetop and various other ordinances that addressed those kinds of issues that came up in the development that none of us are naming, but Jack and you are referring to. And those were relaxed at the request of people who were attempting to build in the city and were in trouble because of the recession. So I would just suggest that in addition to this overall look at planning, which is critically important, people go back and look at what had been in place that was perhaps maybe doing more of what needed to be done and maybe protecting neighborhoods from some of those issues that were relaxed during that period in order to spur development and that maybe need to be re-examined again.
Yeah, there's, you know as well as I that Santa Fe as a community alternates between hitting the gas and hitting the brakes when it comes to the issue of who do we want to be when we grow up. And add to that the always emerging issue of equity. And how do we unify the city so that it isn't two cities? Unify it so that the investments go in all parts of the city, the level of concern is shared equally. This summer, among the things that I think was a terrific innovation for Santa Fe, we had something called Southside Summer. If you think about blind spots, historically, if you want to have a Southside movie, it's at the rail yard. If you want to have music, it's on the plaza. But where do all of our kids and families live? They live on the south side. So for the first time that I'm aware of, the city sponsored a Southside Summer series of events, some 20 plus events, with films in Swan Park, with a lowrider exhibit. I mean, let's take the city to where the people are and actually share the goods with where the people, with the families live. And so equity has to be another lens that gets played into this, not simply the physical landscape of the city as it exists.
How do you view the future limited water supply effects on all these good plans that you're outlining?
Yeah, great question. Let me take a sip of water before I answer. I am the beneficiary as mayor of a lot of really smart people who came before me, who put Santa Fe in a position where we actually can plan for our future when it comes to water. We are, what, the third most frugal city in America in water use. And Shannon Jones, who runs our water utility, is a superb manager and a steward of our water future. I had a meeting with Shannon earlier this week talking about water, next phase water planning, and how do we stay ahead of the pack when it comes to whatever has to happen next, because water conservation is always in season, but you can only conserve so much. You can't get below zero. And so we will not be able to make our future simply by conserving what we already have. We've got to have plans for reuse, recycling, and a consistent process of assuring ourselves to the best of our ability that our water supply will meet our growth and operational needs. What I learned most recently is, and projections are only projections, and Jack's point about 1,000 years, you know, the next 1,000 years aren't the same as last 1,000 years. But if you look at an extrapolation of practice from the past, we are if we keep doing what we're doing and nothing else, we are projected to be in good shape through 2050. That's not forever, that's 2050. That gives us planning time where other communities don't have the planning time. My own belief is that in a relatively short period of time, and I don't know what that means, whether that's 5 years or 8 years, we are going to we're going to need to implement a complete water reuse plan where we do take our wastewater and recycle it and clean it up and make it potable water. I think it's inevitable. It's just a question of how fast we want to get there. And that process will be expensive, but it will ultimately be required. And I believe the sooner we bite the bullet, the better off we are.
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Hi, Mary. How you doing?
Thank you so much for your talk this morning. What about requiring solar on all new construction? It's happened in Lancaster, California. It was so incredibly successful that they increased their initial solar requirement. They've had incredible uptake in jobs for solar. And, you know, we are the city different. The SunZia is on our flag. We could do it. And, you know, the refrain of, oh my God, it's going to cost, you know, new homeowners or new apartment builders or whatever extra money. It's like what Reagan said when we talked about having seatbelts. Oh, if we require seatbelts, then nobody's going to be able to afford a car. Now we get into a car, we can't think of not having a seatbelt. So what about requiring that for all new construction?
I thought you were going to say Reagan's argument was if you require seatbelts, people will go around having more accidents. That was actually the argument I remember was, you know, and the problem with birth control, of course, is it produces more sex, but it's a different subject. I think we will get there too, Mariel. I think the steps we have to take are to move. I don't know how I'd like to look at the case study of the California community. You know better than I do all the work that's being done right now to promote renewable energy in not just Santa Fe, but across the state, and the upcoming session, how critical that is when it looks at permitting different models and different economic relationships so that community solar and energy choice, term you introduced me to, is much more a part of the package for our state. We are, the city of Santa Fe is looking at getting money from the legislature so we can put solar on add solar to 8 existing city facilities. I think the first and most obvious step is to get the public sector to do what it says it wants everybody else to do, and to be a market maker and a model when it comes to demonstrating the value of this approach to solving energy needs. But I think I would not at all be surprised if in the not too distant future we get to the point where building codes change and new construction adds solar, and we provide more incentives for solar to be, we re-incentivize solarizing existing structures. I think it's a no-brainer, but the politics require a little work.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Here you go, buddy.
Can we please recognize the mayor?
Great having Mayor Weber here. We now have a 1-hour lunch break. Feel free to eat what you brought to your desk, and Peter told you not to eat, but now you can.
And if you get credit for listening to me talk, the legal profession is in real trouble. That's all I can say.